Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. On behalf of Department of Religion and old friends and students of Professor Seyyed Hossein and Nasr, I would like to welcome all of you who have come from near and far to participate in this very important and historical moment. It was exactly 24 years ago this month that we had another conference here on this campus in honor of Professor Nasr to commemorate his 70th birthday and also the publication of the Library of Living Philosopher volume that was dedicated to his philosophy. We ended up that conference with a lot of very good papers published later on, but we ended up the conference with prayer for his health and longevity for the next 25 years. We are now praying for the next 25 years today as well. Preparation for this gathering started very early on a short notice. The whole thing started about 4 weeks ago. We went through a lot of give and take, a lot of negotiations, but I'm so happy that everything at the end worked out very well, and we are here to celebrate this very important date. I would like to thank some of the people who made this gathering possible. For my friends in the religion department, especially Professor Pemberton, who accepted to give a talk. She's the chair-elect of religion department. Rob Eisen, my friend who is a professor at religion department, and anybody else from religion department whose name I may not remember at the moment. I would like to welcome you all and thank you for accepting our invitation. I'm also very, very indebted to those scholars who accepted our invitation on a short notice and will be giving talks today, informal, very personal, in a way, heart-to-heart presentations, not academic, purely, and also to family members of Professor Nasr who will be here later on today. The special thanks are also due to Ms. Angela McKenney, Dr. Nasr's very capable secretary, who walked with us every step on this during this process. And also, I have to express my gratitude to a few very special friends who helped me in the process of planning, production, and scheduling, printing, booklets, and whatnot throughout the last 2-3 weeks. Special thanks are due to Mrs. Wajida Seyyed for her skill in identifying beauty, and also especially her skill for color coordination. As you can see on the screen, some of these are her artworks. And also to Mr. Ibrahim Justanian, who produced a very beautiful production that I will keep as a surprise, and you'll see it this morning. For Ms. Alia Wajid, I don't know if she's here or not yet, but she'll be here later on today, for her assistance in preparation of the text of the program, and to Professor Garrett Grady Lovejoy of American University, who kindly accepted not only to give a talk, but also to act as Master of Ceremony today. Other people who really work so selflessly and hard, and I have to thank them from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of everybody else, include Mr. and Mrs. Fahim Chishti, who have been taking care of some details that I didn't know even anything about, and they worked so hard to make everything fall in their proper place. To our friend Parviz Ruknuddin Bahara, who really was in charge of making sure that we have enough fund to pay for this event, because unfortunately we couldn't get anything from the department. But we had, thanks to his effort and his good PR and salesmanship, we collected enough fund to cover all the expenses. Thank you, Parviz, very much. Last but not least, Ms. Pinar Dikbash of Georgetown University, who also has been here helping very much, and she's one of the volunteers and will be here throughout the day. If you need anything, just refer to her. I also should thank Ms. Paula Robio and David, who is in charge of technical aspect of this program. They were very helpful in the process, and they took care of all the slides and everything else that you see on the screen. If I missed any name of friends and people who helped in the process, please forgive me. It would have made a very, very long list. We are expecting to have at least over 120 people today. Some people are not quite morning people, so they may be on their way, but I'm sure they will join us very shortly. That's all I wanted to say at this point. I'll leave the panel, the tribune to Professor Garrett to present Professor Pemberton. Please.
We are gathered here at this momentous and joyous occasion of celebrating Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr as he embarks upon a new chapter of his most remarkable journey. The name of today's conference in his honor, and surely an understatement, considering the near century of extraordinary life experiences and accomplishments and the worldwide impact of his legendary writings, teachings, guidance, and leadership, all grounded in his relentless pursuit and generous transmission of truth. The chapter of this remarkable journey that Professor Nasr culminates next month marks 70 consecutive years of university teaching across Persian, US, European universities, with fellowships and invited lectures across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. And today's tightly packed panels offer the tiniest slice of the vast number of scholars across the globe impacted, informed, inspired, and transformed by Professor Nasr's astounding corpus of work. The 60 books, 10 in the past decade alone, over 500 articles and book chapters, the study Quran itself, the thousands of recorded revered lectures. Professor Nasr is a veritable titan of scholarship, unsurpassed in quantity and unsurpassable in quality. And as we speak, his recent Tao Te Ching, a Sufi commentary, gets translated into dozens of languages, tops bestseller lists across the world, and promises to inspire and connect swaths of humanity across east-west and north-south divides. George Washington University has been exceedingly fortunate to have Professor Nasr serve as esteemed faculty here for 41 years, where he has taught and trained thousands of scholars, hundreds of whom have gone on to lead fields, research, and academic institutions in his mighty footsteps. He could have rested on his legendary laurels decades ago, but chose, for the benefit of us all, to continue teaching, to continue transmitting his vast and precious knowledge with such patience and such care. He still, even this week, even next week, begins every single class asking the students and all of us auditing and rapt audience, are there any questions? Professor Nasr and family, we bow in deepest respect and deepest gratitude to you. Round of applause, I think. We'll just begin with that. To begin our program, Dr. Kelly Pemberton and Dr. Robert Eisen of George Washington University's Department of World Religions will give welcome remarks. Thank you.
Let me check and make sure everyone can hear me okay. Yes? All right. I first met Dr. Nasr in 2003. It was Harvard University, where I was a postdoctoral fellow and instructor in the Divinity School, and he had been invited to deliver the distinguished lecture, the Dudleyan lecture. I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Dudleyan. The topic of his talk was, or the title, was In the Beginning Was Consciousness. I was so excited to be there. Imagine a young scholar just starting out in her career. Here I was at Harvard University, and I had been invited to a talk by a scholar whose work I had admired for quite some time. And I had also been invited to attend the dinner afterwards. So I was really, that day, walking on clouds. I listened intently as he delivered that lecture. And if I'm being honest, I will tell you, I understood maybe about a quarter of it. Maybe a third, if between a quarter and a third, I could understand. Now, at that moment, I realized that I had so much more to learn about this field of knowledge that I had dedicated the past 10 years of my life to studying. So I tried to speak with Dr. Nasr immediately after his talk, but there were so many people clamoring for his attention, I really couldn't get a word in. I couldn't get close to him. But as I tried, I realized I was feeling a very unfamiliar feeling for me as I stood there next to him. I was feeling intimidated. And it wasn't because of anything Dr. Nasr did or said, but it was just, I guess, being in the presence of someone of his stature and, seeing the reactions of people around him, I really felt a bit of anxiety. So I was determined I had to confront this feeling and that I would do so at the dinner that evening. So at the dinner, we didn't sit next to each other. We weren't seated next to each other. But I watched him very carefully. And when he got up from the table, I jumped up from my seat and I ran over to him because there were already people trying to get to him. So I ran over to him and I basically blocked his way out the door. And he looked a bit startled. I remember that so clearly. He looked a bit startled that I just suddenly appeared in front of him. And I asked him my question. I have no idea what question I asked. I don't remember at all. I hope it was an intelligent one. But I was determined, even if my heart jumped out of my chest, which it felt like it was going to do, that I was going to get that question in and talk to him. So we spoke very briefly and then went our separate ways. But in that moment, all of that feeling of intimidation, all of that anxiety I had been feeling just melted away in an instant. So I was really thrilled to find out that there was an opening for an assistant professor at George Washington University. So I applied. Obviously, I did get the job. And I later found out that Dr. Nasr had been one of my strongest advocates. He also became my faculty mentor, which in those early years, my early years here at the George Washington University, really meant a lot to me. Not only was I a junior scholar, just trying to find her way through this new, unfamiliar landscape, but I was a brand new mother. I had just had a baby, my first baby, a few months prior to starting to teach here. And I, along with another new professor, had been put in charge of a very large consulting project that was funded by the State Department, where we basically had to coordinate and lead a team of scholars who were very senior to us, including heads of schools, including the former head of the School of Media and Public Affairs. So I can tell you it was very, and I'm going to use that word again, intimidating. And so Dr. Nasr provided a lot of guidance as well as moral support in those early years when I was feeling so overwhelmed and stressed a lot of the time. No matter how busy he was, he always made time for me. I could come to his office and we would talk about Islam, we would talk about my work, his work. I would speak of the things that I wanted to do, and he was always reassuring. And I would tell him at times about the things that were going on in my life. And he always offered sage guidance. He also gave me advice about interacting with people both here and in the wider Washington, D.C. area. Your advice, Dr. Nasr, about interacting with then President Trachtenberg was invaluable. Our former president was very keen to socialize with his faculty and students, and I hadn't been used to that before, so it was very helpful to know how to conduct myself in those situations. There were many of them. Dr. Nasr also introduced me to many distinguished scholars, many colleagues, including Dr. Akbar Ahmed, Dr. Aziza Al-Hibri, and Dr. Suleiman Yang, who would become one of my second mentors and a dear friend. He has now unfortunately passed away. So up to this point, I've been talking about my own personal experience with Dr. Nasr. But as the incoming chair for the Department of World Religions, I would be remiss if I didn't say a few words about what Dr. Nasr has done for our department and for our, both for our undergraduates and for our graduate students in the MA in Islamic Studies program. After 9/11, as you might imagine, there was a huge groundswell of interest in Islam, in Muslims, in the Muslim world. And we had an Introduction to Islam course, an introductory course on Islam. Dr. Nasr taught this course after 9/11, seeing that there was great need for knowledge, accurate knowledge. And the course was tremendously popular when he taught it. So just picture this for a moment. Here you are, a young undergraduate student, and you walk into an intro course. In many colleges and universities in the country, these kinds of courses aren't even taught by professors, they're taught by TAs, right, teaching assistants. So you walk into your class and you are being taught by one of the most famous, one of the most eminent intellectuals of the age. So to have a scholar of his stature teaching an introductory class like this, it's something you don't see very often. You know, it was quite extraordinary. And it was an amazing experience for students, as many told me. Dr. Nasr also trained many students at GW and elsewhere who are now professors at various institutions, both in this country and around the world. And some of them have also become great scholars in their fields. Finally, Dr. Nasr taught us that knowledge is not to be bifurcated. It's all connected. And that there is a lot less distinctiveness, a distinction, right? The boundary line between physics and philosophy is much, much thinner than we typically allow. So in closing, I will say this. As we celebrate Dr. Nasr today, we honor a man who is not just a distinguished scholar, who has had an extraordinary career by all measures, but a professor whose generosity, steadiness, and devotion to the life of the mind have inspired and guided so many of us. His influence has shaped our department, our university, and our intellectual and personal lives in ways that will continue long after this brief moment in time has passed. Thank you.
Let me say, first of all, that I'm honored to have been called to speak at this event. And at this time, I really feel quite unworthy of the honor. Dr. Nasr, as all of us know, is the most distinguished Islamic scholar and theologian of our time. My own field, however, is Judaism. Those of you who don't know me may have guessed that. So I'm no expert in Islamic studies. I also don't know Dr. Nasr's work as well as many of you do. Still, I agreed to speak today because I'm the person who, at this point in time, has served longer in the religion department at GW than anyone else except for Dr. Nasr. I came to GW in 1990 when Dr. Nasr was already at the university and affiliated with our department. And so I've known him for 35 years. Also, while I'm no specialist in Islam, I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the field. And in fact, of all the religions I've studied outside Judaism, Islam is the religion I've studied the most, though I should emphasize that's still not saying much. So I will share some impressions of Dr. Nasr and his work on the basis of these minimal credentials. But my emphasis will be primarily on my own personal experiences with him, since that's what I know best, and they will resonate with some of the experiences that Kelly just talked about. When I interviewed for the job opening in Judaism in the religion department in the spring of 1990, there was no other Judaism specialist in the department, and so I didn't know anyone in the department, either personally or by reputation, except, that is, for Seyyed Hossein Nasr. I had never met him, but I knew of some of his work and how distinguished he was because my own graduate work had been in medieval Jewish philosophy. And if you know anything about medieval Jewish philosophy, you'll know that its most important works were actually written in Arabic, not in Hebrew, including those of the greatest medieval Jewish philosopher, Maimonides, often referred to by Muslims as Ibn Maimun. Also, medieval Jewish philosophers derived a lot of their thinking from the great medieval Islamic philosophers, particularly Al-Farabi, Avicenna, Ibn Sina, and Averroes, Ibn Rushd. Maimonides, in fact, expresses great praise for Al-Farabi. In particular, he never says anything as nice about previous Jewish philosophers. And so, as a graduate student, I had become familiar with medieval Islamic philosophy, and because of that, I had read some of Dr. Nasr's scholarship on the subject, and I remember in particular his book on Islamic cosmological doctrine, which at the time I believe was the only book of its kind in English, and it made a critical contribution in my education in the study of Islamic philosophy and science. And so when I came to GW for the job talk, for the job I was applying for, I felt, trepidation, intimidation, because Dr. Nasr was in the audience. And it was even with greater trepidation that I felt when he raised his hand after the talk to ask me a question. Now, thankfully, it ended up okay. He asked me about the relationship between religion and science in medieval Jewish and Islamic philosophy, and when I answered, he seemed to be okay with it, so I felt like, tremendous sense of relief. I might even get this job. Over the next several years, as I worked on my first book and was trying to secure my tenure, I found Dr. Nasr to be, as Kelly did, a kind, generous, and highly supportive mentor. I was really so deeply touched that a man of this distinction would pay me any attention at all. I, too, consulted him on several occasions about how to be a successful academic, and he always gave me lots of time to share his wisdom and insights. I remember once when I was finishing my first book and I was learning about just how much work you have to do after you've written the book, all the copy editing and the the proofreading, the choosing the cover. And I complained to Dr. Nasr about all this, and he said to me, consider your book not just a piece of scholarship, but a work of art. And what you're doing now in the end stages of this project is turning it into something beautiful, a beautiful work of art. And it's interesting, that's a lesson. I went on to write several more books, and it's a lesson that never escaped me and actually made an impact on the way I viewed the whole publishing enterprise as an aesthetic, having an aesthetic dimension to it. Let's now skip a few years ahead. In 2011, I became chair of the religion department and served in that position for almost a decade. And during that time, I worked with Dr. Nasr and Mohammed Fakhfouri, another specialist in Islam in our department, a dear friend of mine who introduced us today, to create a master's program in our department in Islamic studies. And one thing that struck me was how many students, I was on the application committee along with Kelly and Mohammed, and one thing that just struck me was how many students applied to the program because of Dr. Nasr, scores of them. I was reading the applications, and the vast majority of the applicants spoke about how much they revered him and wanted to come to our program because of him. And that experience only consolidated really what I already knew, was just how distinguished he is, what an impact he had made on an entire young generation of Muslims who wanted to study Islam because of him. But it wasn't just in the purely academic realm that Dr. Nasr made a mark on me, but also as a spokesman for Islam. In the wake of 9/11, as Kelly mentioned, Islam was under siege in this country and in the West in general. And Dr. Nasr wrote the book, The Heart of Islam, Enduring Values for Humanity. And I devoured that book, and it made a very big impression on me. It was the most sophisticated work I had read, and I read many of a similar type, on why criticism of Islam as a violent religion was simply unjustified. The book was also one of the many factors that inspired me to start engaging in interfaith dialogue between Jews and Muslims. And I did that for many years, and I'm still actually involved in that work to some extent. This leads me to another personal point. We all know how much the Middle East, the politics of the Middle East, has poisoned the relationship between Jews and Muslims in the world over the past century or more. I don't have to elaborate. And one thing I feared as I got to know Dr. Nasr was whether our relationship would suffer because of this factor. Would my Jewishness be a problem for him? And I have to say emphatically that it wasn't. It never in 35 years was even mentioned. And Dr. Nasr has consistently shown me the utmost respect over the years as a scholar of Judaism. In light of that observation, I want to conclude with one final comment and actually a request directed to Dr. Nasr himself. I have always called Dr. Nasr, Dr. Nasr. I have never used any other designation in his presence or elsewhere. To me, he was and always will be Dr. Nasr. But I began to notice over the years that he in turn referred to me consistently as Dr. Eisen or Professor Eisen. That's the way he would greet me. And in the last few years, whenever he did that, I tried to correct him, and I said, Dr. Nasr, you're Dr. Nasr. I'm just Rob. Every time he said that to me, he never responded, but would simply laugh. And then when we met on a subsequent occasion, he would still greet me as Dr. or Professor Eisen, as if I had never said anything to him. So, Dr. Nasr, I will finish by saying that I wish you well in your retirement. I hope that you keep writing and keep doing the wonderful work you've been doing that has made you the world-class intellectual that you are. And I also hope that even if I continue to call you Dr. Nasr, you will finally call me Rob. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pemberton and Dr. Eisen, for those earnest and meaningful remarks that meant so much. And now we turn to Dr. Mohammed Faghoury, professor of the Department of World Religions at GW, for our day's keynote remarks on how Dr. Nasr's monumental corpus, 70 years and counting, matters so much. Thank you.
Now, this is the hardest part of my function today. As I was busy trying to put this program together, I contacted a few friends and scholars who are much more qualified than I am to give a keynote speech on an occasion like this. The more I tried, the more I failed, and everybody insisted that I should take this duty today. No matter how much I tried to dodge, I failed, but finally I didn't have any choice except to accept and obey their order. As we say in Hafez's language, قرعه فال به نام من دیوانه زدند. Dr. Nasr's journey started at a very young age when he began asking his father very sophisticated questions. It was in response to this curiosity that his father, who was also his first teacher, wrote a short treatise titled Knowledge and Ethics, Danish va Akhlaq in Persian, and that is where his journey, in fact, began. At the age of 12, the young Seyyed Hossein left Iran to come to the United States. A friend of mine, Professor Shahrukh Akhavi, who was in the same vessel that was sailing from somewhere in Mediterranean toward New York, narrated his story. He said some older people in that vessel got seasick. And here comes this 12-year-old Seyyed Hossein Nasr trying to play doctor with them, carrying orange juice and giving to all these people who had got sick. And in fact, his prescription worked very well on many of them. I'm sure he remembers this episode in his life. Dr. Nasr's scholarly life and contributions have been well known, and there is really no need to talk about them here. As it was mentioned, over 60 books and now close to 600 articles and book chapters, countless lectures, interviews, and whatnot. He is the only living scholar in whose honor 4 Festschrifts have been produced, and the 4th one will be presented to him later on today. His books have been translated and used as textbooks around the world in Turkish, Persian, Malay, Urdu, Arabic, French, Spanish, and English-speaking world. He has also trained 3 generations of scholars now living and teaching in countries as diverse as Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, Iran, Canada, and the United States. And recently in former Soviet republics of Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. So I do not want to talk about Dr. Nasr as a scholar, but to have a heart-to-heart conversation about Seyyed Hossein Nasr, the man, sharing some of the things that I know and learned from him, not only scholarship, but also invaluable lessons of life. So let me start with a personal story that, even though it may be personal, nonetheless, I'm sure many of you can relate to it. It was in the spring semester of 1965 at Tehran University that I took a course on Islamic science and civilization with Dr. Nasr. That one course, in fact, and that encounter changed my life and gave direction to it. That evening when I went home, I told my father, I want to become like Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr. I didn't know why, but I just wanted to be like him. Later on, when I told this story to Dr. Nasr, he narrated a very interesting story attributed to Sadruddin Taftazani, who, in response to his student who wanted to become just like him, said, "Poor boy, I wanted to become like Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq and see where I ended up. God help you." I should admit that despite all my ignorance, I realized that he is much closer to Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq that I was trying to be like him. So this has been a lifelong struggle, and the struggle still continues. During my journey, my junior years, Dr. Nasr was appointed as the Dean of the School of Humanities at the age of 33. This was very unusual in an environment that most professors and high-ranking administrators were 60 and above. And here comes this young man, ordering them what to do or arranging conferences and lectures for them. It was quite unprecedented. In fact, when he became the Dean of the School of Humanities, he injected new blood in the veins of that school. Until that time, most of our professors were from the old school of German and French educated intellectuals of Reza Shah period. They were always very serious and quite often very unkind to students. We didn't dare even get close to them, much less to talk to them in private or in their office. Dr. Nasr broke this tradition. He was the only person, not only while he was teaching, but also when he became the dean, whose office was always open to students to go and discuss their issues with him. And in fact, in such a short period of time, he became famous as that nice professor, Ustad Khosh Akhlaq, as they say in Persian. He became the source of inspiration for many lost souls like myself, who in the 1960s were struggling to find themselves and find direction in life. He became the reason that I decided to continue my education. I also learned from Dr. Nasr that if I ever wanted to be a teacher, I need to love teaching. I cannot be mechanically going to class and say things and then leave the class. I have to love to teach. And he set the best example for his students and everybody else during the years. Despite many suggestions he received before revolution in Iran to become minister, couple times suggestions for he to become prime minister. He always wanted to be a teacher first. At some point, he was the first chairman of the board of governors of RCD, Regional Cooperation Development for Islamic Culture. At the same time, he was the dean of the School of Humanities, vice chancellor of the University of Tehran, and shortly after that, president of the Arya Mer University, now Sharif University of Technology. He was at the same time quite often advisor to the king, and ministers sought his advice. He was chief of staff of the queen and many other positions. All of these while he was also teaching full-time at the University of Tehran, and he was known as a professor who never missed a class. Sometimes when we are students, we may even wish that one day professor gets sick and doesn't come to class. And this is the reputation that he developed as a person, as a professor who never missed a class. But interestingly, because of the quality of his class, the students were really lining up 10 minutes before class to go and listen to him. And I was one of those students. Such a busy life required, of course, a great deal of special discipline. He taught us how to prioritize our responsibilities, especially discipline in observing the value of time, himself being always an example. If you have an appointment with Dr. Nasr, if you are 1 minute late, don't go there. You have missed your appointment. And this happened quite often. Two of his qualities have always been admired by his students and peers. One is photographic memory. The other one is his sense of humor. He has kept both of them intact up until now and this moment. There is a special childlike innocence in his laughter, especially when he laughs in loud voice. His laughter is contagious. Dr. Nasr did not teach us only scholarship, but he also taught lessons of life. How to meet life's challenges, how to deal with events that are out of our control, and particularly how to deal with losses. He has taught by setting examples again. The man who at one point associated at a very young age with kings, prime ministers, and dignitaries, most of whom were twice as old as he was, found himself all of a sudden in the streets of London, as he said, penniless after Iranian Revolution when he lost everything. He set an example for many of us who went through similar experiences and learned from him how to survive and even flourish. Yes, he was always been a fighter. I remember in 2005 when several friends and I went to New York to accompany him for heart surgery that was scheduled. While everybody else, including family members, were of course emotional and quite worried. It was a very serious heart surgery. He walked to the hospital in his sport outfit with his characteristic smile on his face, and very cool. Walked to surgery room, and I walked with him. I was scared, but he walked to surgery room like a soldier. I was really couldn't keep myself not choking back then, seeing him walking through such an important surgery with such courage. And a few things that he mentioned, I had to burst into tears, but I would keep to myself. He maintained such a discipline, especially during the recovery. I remember I accompanied him for daily walk, starting from the first day 1 minute, all the way until it became 60 minutes, and then the next day he was on campus teaching a course. He has blessed many lives of his students, and his presence is always a source of inspiration in their lives. But his life also has been enriched by his students without them probably even knowing themselves. Therefore, it is not just that today we are celebrating his achievements. In a sense, we are celebrating all of us. We are all privileged and honored to be part of this journey. And Al-Ghazali makes a very interesting comparison between one's biological father and one's spiritual father, who he calls as his teacher. While the first is responsible for our upbringing, a teacher like Dr. Nasr's caliber takes charge of nurturing our soul. His guidance has helped us find meaning for life. In short, even when he is not formally teaching in class, he is still teaching. Sometimes by allusion, sometimes by stories, sometimes even by very funny jokes. Now, these were some of my personal observations. I have a few more things, but here I want Dr. Nasr's permission to step into a territory and the permission of all philosophers present in the audience to enter into a territory that is totally unqualified to enter. But I'm not a philosopher. I love philosophy, and my undergraduate study was, of course, in Islam, Islamic history, Persian literature. In graduate school, I continued those along with Ottoman and Turkish studies, Middle East studies, and political science. During all those years, my main focus was on Islamic intellectual history. So I allow myself to speak on this issue as not a philosopher, but as a historian, as a student of Islamic intellectual history. The little I know about philosophy, I learned from Dr. Nasr in the course of many years, and especially while he gave me the honor of teaching a course with him on Islamic philosophy and theology. So my knowledge on philosophy is very limited, and therefore I'm speaking as a student of historian of intellectual history. The little that I learned about philosophy from my association with Dr. Nasr, I wondered why a discussion on the necessity of introducing a fourth teacher, as Henry Corbin had suggested many decades ago, did not take place in the Islamic world. Why do philosophers not recognize a fourth teacher? A decade ago, a few scholars in Iran wrote some articles, gave some talks in a few conferences. I was there. They talked about the necessity of having a fourth teacher introduced, and a couple of them were brave enough in such an environment to mention Dr. Nasr's name. One of them even published a very interesting article, Dr. Salman Qahraman Safavi. He is of London Academy of Iranian Studies. In any way, apparently that suggestion in there was met with a great deal of opposition, but some ayatollahs, and the discussion never continued. If there has been any other attempt about this issue, and I'm not aware of that, please forgive my ignorance. But I think I can ask this question justifiably. I learned that Aristotle contributed to many disciplines, including logic, philosophy, physics, politics, and whatnot, and also founded the first important school of philosophy, the Mashayikh school. And it was because of all his services that he was given the honorific title by Muslim philosophers later on as the first teacher, Muallim Awwal. Then I learned about Abu Nasr Farabi, who is described as the father of Islamic political philosophy and one of the most important figures of Islamic intellectual history. Some scholars have described him as the first system builder in Islamic philosophy. I especially became very close to Farabi because I used his works on a course that I teach here on Islamic political thought. And in light of all the services that he did, he was given rightly the honorific title of second teacher, Muallim Sani. The third teacher came from a different background, Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Mir Damad, the 17th century Persian scholar, philosopher, theologian of Safavid period, for his contributions, especially in an environment that was highly charged by the influence and pressure of exoteric ulama and jurists. Despite that, he was recognized as the third teacher. At least in the Shiite world, that recognition became official. Now, what is the relevance of all this discussion to the title of my talk? Why Seyyed Hossein Nasr matters? He matters for the following reasons. Nasr has produced as many scholarly books and articles as the three first teachers probably combined have produced. He has introduced many new philosophical concepts and new philosophers to the Western world that were completely unknown before. He has been able to set trends in a scholarship by addressing such larger audience than the audience that had a chance to read or listen to the first three teachers. Nasr also has trained more diverse group of students, all three scholars combined, more than all three of them probably combined. His students have come from much more diverse background than the students of those philosophers, from Iran, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, wherever his books have been translated. Unlike the first teachers, however, who only wrote in Latin or Greek, Arabic or Persian, Nasr has been writing in Arabic, Persian, French, and English. And as a result, he has reached out to much larger readership than all those three philosophers combined. And interestingly, while those philosophers were writing for philosophers mostly, Nasr's readership has included a much wider type of readers, young and old, philosophers and non-philosophers. Dr. Nasr's books also have been translated into so many languages that I mentioned before, much more than Farabi, Aristotle, and Mir Damad combined. He has traveled much more extensively in 5 continents, and more than any other thinker in the history of Islam and Iran, perhaps with the exception of Ibn Battuta, but Ibn Battuta was a jurist, he was not a philosopher. He has taught and lectured at universities extended from China to Morocco and everywhere else in between. Unlike all three teachers, Dr. Nasr has also been an institution builder and a competent administrator displaying exceptional leadership qualities. Any university he found in Iran or somewhere else, any research institutions like the Iranian Academy of Philosophy, in a very short period of time became top-notch institutions of research and teaching. Most importantly, Nasr, through his writing, has been a bridge between the East and the West, and especially at a time that Islam is being under attack and introduced as a religion of violence. From doctrinal point of view, even more important is that while the Islamic world is struggling between fundamentalist extremism on the one hand, modernism on the other hand, and a variety of different interpretations of Islam, sometimes combined even with Marxism, Nasr has produced a school of thought that really brings the substance of Islamic tradition out in a language that is understandable for as much as for the expert as for the lay reader. Finally, he is the only teacher and Muslim thinker about whom several MA theses and a few doctoral dissertations have been written during his lifetime. And he is the only person in whose lifetime 4 Festschrift, as I mentioned, have been dedicated to him. Therefore, the last Festschrift that will be presented today is an indication of recognition of younger scholars that is really about time to introduce and recognize the 4th teacher. I invite all philosophers in the audience and those who listen to us through Zoom, or later on they will hear us and read us, to acknowledge Seyyed Hossein Nasr as the 4th teacher. This has been long overdue. As recently, it was exactly 24 years ago in November that we had a conference in honor of Professor Nasr, and I mentioned that briefly here. I want to conclude by sharing with you an observation of one of the most outstanding scholars of religion, Professor Houston Smith, who unfortunately couldn't attend that conference, but wrote a preface for the book that was published later on. After praising Dr. Nasr, he says, "This allows me once again to register with gratitude the immense influence." Remember, this is a man at the time about 90 years old and very, very important scholar. "The immense influence that Seyyed Hossein Nasr has had on my life and thought. When I was teaching at MIT, I directed around the world academic year for 30 students studying religion on locations. It was axiomatic that we scheduled Iran, where Dr. Nasr was Vice Chancellor of the University of Tehran. In 7 weeks that we were where I became his student. I am prepared to risk hyperbole and say that those 7 weeks changed my life." He then continues, "This was my personal side of the story. I now want to turn to objective facts about this world-class personage. To focus on his central mission to change the direction of Western mind, a single act can say more than pages. The highest honor that can be bestowed upon a philosopher is to be chosen by his colleagues to be included in the library of living philosopher, where his philosophy is summarized and critiqued by his peers with rejoinders from the philosopher himself. Let me say that I consider Hossein Nasr a phenomenon. He makes mistakes, as we all do, but who else in our time bridges East and West as substantially as he does? Who works as effortless in many languages as he does? Seyyed Hossein Nasr is undoubtedly one of the major intellects of our time. Finally, let me conclude by saying that everything that I have said so far is Dr. Nasr as we know him. There is one dimension of his being that is less known, and I don't have permission to discuss that here, except by alluding that all his scholarly qualities, his writings, teachings, educational services, all are, in a sense, like the shadow of who Seyyed Hossein Nasr is. To explain that, I must beg Rumi's help when he described the qualities of Bayazid Bastami, the 9th century Sufi master of Khurasan. That which became famous about Bayazid among people was indeed Bayazid's shadow and not the reality of his substance. آنچه میان مردمان شهره شد و حدیث شد سایه بایزید بود مایه بایزید نه. Thank you very much.
Such a breathtaking, remarkable journey, mashallah. So now our panel series begins, where we invite the scholars of the first panel to come to the stage. We have an enormous bounty of scholarship in the room. So Professors William Chittick, Mehdi Amin Razavi, Jane Fatima Casewit, Mohsen Kadivar, and Maria De Cake, please join us up at the stage. And round of applause. These are illustrious scholars, and if I were to give their full introductions and even their full titles and affiliations, it would take another hour. So please consult with the beautiful brochure for all of their bibliography, and we will begin our first panel. Thank you.
I guess I'm probably the oldest, so I guess I have to begin. I don't quite know where. This has been not only, my journey hasn't been quite as long as his, but almost. All right. I said my journey has been not nearly as long as yours, but almost. I met him when I was decided as an undergraduate to get out of Ohio for a change. And I heard about the beach at AUB, American University of Beirut, right there on the Mediterranean. It sounded great to me. The college had a program, junior year abroad, so I applied. And of course, you know, they were basically taking anyone, any warm body was welcome. So I got accepted. And You know, typical undergraduate. I didn't know what I was doing. I got tired. I found out a psychology major was a stupid idea. And so I changed to history. I'm going abroad. I might as well study the history of that place, wherever it is. And I got there and I read my textbooks in 2 courses on Islamic history. I read them very quickly because I had to write an independent project. So I was looking through the books and kind of boring, but Sufism sounds kind of, that's kind of interesting. So I went and spent a lot of time, about 2 months, really, really going into all the research, got familiar with all the big scholars, Nicholson and Arbery and these people. And then there was this announcement, posters all around campus that so-and-so is giving a series of talks on Islam. And this, I didn't know who he was. This gentleman here. And so I said, well, yeah, why not? And then I saw there was a list of topics. The 3rd one was Sufism. And I'm thinking, maybe he knows something about it. So, because by this time I was an expert. 2 months, come on. Very intensive study. So I started attending lectures, and they were kind of interesting. And then he got to Sufism. I said, where's he coming from? What is this? This is totally unrelated to what I've been studying for the last couple of months. So this was, a big change of direction. So one thing led to another, and when I went to his office and asked to borrow a book from him, he said, oh, you interested in, why don't you come to my course? You can audit it. And anyway, before too long, I ended up in Tehran, another year. And those were great years. Let me just pass this on to, I think I've said enough.
I think you have 15 minutes.
Well, this is a panel discussion. Let's go back and forth.
I see. I wanted to, mine is such that I wanted to take the whole 15 minutes in one round. So, let's see. Well, does it work? Well, first and foremost, congratulations, Dr. Nasr. I think you broke the book of Guinness on teaching. Was it Mullah Ali Zanouzi who taught? I think you broke his record. So congratulations. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. What a beautiful ambience. If heaven had a dome, it would look like that. And on a different note, the last time this many lights were shining directly in my eyes, I was in an interrogation room in Tehran, and the interrogator was asking me, what is the exact nature of your relationship with Dr. Nasr? Are you both monarchists? Is he still working with the Prince Reza Pahlavi and so on? So it was in Africa, street formerly known as Jordan. But for those of you who don't know me as well, I wanted to tell you a synopsis of why I'm here and how I don't know Dr. Nasr. It goes back to 1972 when I was a 15-year-old boy in the city of Mashhad, Iran. I have come to know of Dr. Nasr in 2 periods, virtual and actual. The virtual period was when I was on my green bike in Mashhad, and summer, I loved summers because I could read a lot. I went to Boston bookstore and asked Mr. Boston, a short, heavyset man, bald, with thick glasses, and then asked him, Mr. Boston, who knew me and my father, do you have any suggestion to read something good? And he thought for a second and said, there are 2 books you might be interested. One is Science and Civilization in Islam, and one is 3 Muslim Sages. Of course, translations in Persian. علم تمدن در اسلام و سه حکیم مسلمان. both translated by Ahmad Aram. I bought them, put them on the back of my bike, and rode to Kusangi Street and devoured them. The first one was easier to digest, the second one a little bit more difficult. And right there, of course, I knew that my place was in humanities, but that was my first exposure to intellectual and spiritual Islam. This is kind of the Confessions of Mehdi, like the Confessions of Ghazali and Confessions of St. Augustine. I should write that. And I knew that the intellectual and spiritual Islam was my place. But unfortunately, regrettably, the following year, I became exposed to a different version of Islam, political Islam. Islam that was essentially a Marxist reading of Islam. And that left an indelible mark on my psyche, one that was interested in social justice, equality, poverty, and issues of that nature, one that young people are interested in. And so I developed an intellectual schizophrenia at an early age. Now I'm 16, and we are reading that kind of Islam that was forbidden to read, but we read them in copies, what we call polycopy. And so, but my mind was with that Islam, political Islam. My heart was with Dr. Nasr and spiritual and intellectual Islam. So now I'm 17. Don't worry, I won't take you year by year. It'll take 50 years. And I decided to come to America and study. And so as part of the regulations, I had to take an English exam. And government told us where to take it, which was only Tehran, and which location. And wouldn't you know, our location was Aryamer University, the university where Dr. Nasr was the chancellor. So me and a few other friends went there and took our English exam and came out, and we did what students do. We were standing at the gate saying, how did you answer this? How did you answer that? And as we were doing that, we heard some whispering, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, Dr. Nasr is coming. And so, and that's, we saw Dr. Nasr coming in a Mercedes-Benz. And so that was the first time I got a glimpse of the man. And I, said, I had mixed feelings. He represented Islam that dealt with heavens, and I was at the time sort of a radical revolutionary that was interested in Islam that dealt with the earth. And I was a young man caught between heaven and the earth. The following year, I was a freshman at the University of Washington in Seattle, and decided to double major in city planning and architecture as one field and philosophy in another. And urban planning and architecture was for my father, because he said, if you want to study philosophy, I don't pay a penny for that. So, but philosophy was for my heart. So at daytime, I was a double major in city planning and philosophy, and a very activist, leftist student. But in the evening, I would slip into a Sufi center in Seattle, lived a double life, Ne'matullahi Sufi Center, where I met our late friend, Dr. Leona Lewison, who, by the way, his wife Jane sends her greetings to you. I'm in communication with her. And so this schizophrenia continued, but then studying Western philosophy added another problem, because the philosophy that I was studying was analytic philosophy, and so that was that added another problem. So this conundrum continued. I did my BA and master's, and as the Chinese say, what you wish for, it might come true. And the Iranian Revolution did happen at great peril to me and my family and the whole nation. And I did go back and realized what a disaster, what a nightmare I have created. So I came back and decided to do my PhD, but I had lost interest in analytic philosophy. And so amidst this intellectual chaos, spiritual chaos, in 1982, I was in the office of a professor with whom I was studying some Arabic and so on, Professor Nicholas Hare. And he said, Mehdi, next week I'm going to a conference whose keynote speaker is Dr. Nasr. I said, really? This is 1982. Can you please tell him that I'm ready to give up everything, come and study with him? And he said, sure. And so he called me a couple of weeks later and he said, I spoke to Dr. Nasr and he's willing to work with you. He said, apply and come. And so I packed as much as students in their 20s have much to pack, and literally moved from West Coast to East Coast. And that was 43 years ago. And so in the last 43 years, I've been Dr. Nasr's student, research assistant, teaching assistant, and I became a faculty at the University of Mary Washington, and I've had the pleasure and honor of doing publishing a number of works with him, the most important of which has been an anthology of philosophy in Persia. So on that note, thank you, Dr. Nasr, for everything you've done for me, for generations of students, for higher education in Iran. We are profoundly indebted to you. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Nasr, in addition to his many qualities that have been spoken about this morning, he also has a great sense of adventure. So we were living in Morocco in the 80s and the 90s, and in the 90s we were in Fez, and Dr. Nasr was coming with a group of his students, maybe 12 or 15 of them from all over the world, doing a study tour of Andalusia and northern Morocco. And the schedule was very tight, and we met them we met the group in Tangier as they were coming across the Straits of Gibraltar. The boat was a bit late, so darkness started to fall, but our bus was waiting, and we started to make our way through the mountain passes up through the Reef Mountains. And the objective of the first stop was to greet the Saint Ibn Mashish, who was the master of the Sheikh al-Shadhili Sufi order. And so we proceeded climbing up the mountains, through the mountain ranges, and it was dark, and then it started to rain. And in those days there were fewer paved roads in Morocco than there are now. In fact, the road up to this particular saint's tomb, Ibn Mashish, was not paved at all, and started to become quite muddy, and the bus couldn't make it up the hill. So a few of us got out, and in the rain we pushed the bus at Dr. Nasr's insistence, instead of just finding a comfortable place at the base of the mountain and postponing for the morning. So we pushed the bus up this muddy hill, and it finally made it. It finally got to the top. By this time it was maybe past midnight. And we were lodged in the quarters and the homes of the generous families that lived in the village. And of course everyone wanted to go and try to dry off despite the the dampness of the interiors of the homes. But everyone wanted to find shelter, but Dr. Nasr insisted that the adab was to greet the saint first, whatever the conditions were. So in the pouring rain, despite a few protests and a few eyes rolling, we stood and greeted the saint. And finally we were relieved, people were relieved that we had actually done it and sort of proud of ourselves. It would pass midnight in the pouring rain, we were able to greet the saint, alhamdulillah, and then everyone proceeded to their quarters. But that wasn't all, because Dr. Nasr wanted to leave right after the Fajr. It was a tight schedule. He wanted to get to the next saint's tomb. And some of in the group were really, really tired. I mean, they'd already been through Andalusia, and they said, "Can't you talk to this bus driver and find something wrong with the bus?" And I explained the situation to the driver, and he said, "Well, there's nothing wrong with the bus." I said, "Oh, please find something." He said, "No, the bus is fine, but I'm really exhausted, so couldn't we wait till the sun comes out and have breakfast?" So I reported that back to the group, and they were very happy, and we had a sunny breakfast, and everyone got warmed up and cheerful, and we went on our way. But the lesson learned was, I think Dr. Nasr's very conscious of adab not only towards his peers and his students, but above all to the great saints, of Islam. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who organized this, especially Dr. Fakhfouri. But of course, we have to give our special thanks to Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr, whose life and work, incredible work, has brought us all together here to celebrate. I was never a formal student of Dr. Nas. I never studied under him in any university program. But in many ways, he has been, in many, many ways, he's been a mentor to me for my entire scholarly career. And I first met him when I had just graduated from undergraduate, from college. And I had met my husband, we weren't married yet then, David, who was indeed Dr. Nas's student. And he said, "You have to meet Dr. Nas." So he brought me to meet him, and he had informed Dr. Nas prior to that as part of my undergraduate work, I had completed an honors thesis on modern Muslim movements. And he had told him this. So I met Dr. Nas. It was just right outside here on one of the streets here, just outside in the GW area. And so he met me, David introduced me, and Dr. Nas said to me, "So, I hear you've written a thesis on modern Muslim movements." And I was, surprised that he would take an interest in anything that an undergraduate would write. And so I said, "Yes," very eagerly. And then he looked at me very seriously, and he said, "You started the wrong way around." And of course, I was immediately very intimidated. But then he gave me this huge smile, and he laughed a little, as he often did. And so I knew that his disapproval was real. He was trying to tell me that you couldn't really understand the modern manifestations of Islam unless you really understood its historical and its spiritual root. But he did it with such a generosity and charitableness of spirit that I could only feel gratitude for the advice that he had given me subtly. And indeed, when I went on to do my graduate work, I took his advice seriously, and I focused on the very earliest period of Islamic history. And I only had the opportunity to work closely with Dr. Nas many years later when I had become a faculty member at George Mason University. And Dr. Nas had been asked by HarperCollins to put together a team to produce a study Quran. And Dr. Nas called me and he said, "Who do you think should be on this team. And so I gave him a whole list of people who I thought were some of the most important current scholars of the Quran. And then he called back a few days later and said, would you like to be on one of the associate editors? So I was very humbled, and of course learned so much. It really was perhaps till this point the most important scholarly work or project that I've been engaged in. And I will be forever grateful to Dr. Nasr for the opportunity to participate in that. Of course, it was only one of his 60 works, but for me, it was very important. And we worked on it for a long time. It took us 8 years, which was about 6 years longer than Dr. Nasr had planned. But that's because he didn't realize he was working with people who had only ordinary powers, unlike himself. So he gave us very serious advice. When we started the project, two of my co-associate editors are here as well. He told us to be very humble before the Quran, to be very respectful, to sit and listen to it and think about it, to receive it and not impose our own ideas on it, and also to take very seriously the traditional commentaries, not as artifacts to be analyzed in some kind of modern context, but as genuine guides to our understanding of the text. And I think he wanted, and we tried very much to make the project fit that methodology or reflect that methodology. So much so that early on in the project, I decided to organize a conference at George Mason related to the project. I invited many of the people who had been engaged in it, and I gave it some very, academic-y title, like New Approaches to the Study of the Quran. And, I thought this was very clever. And of course, I invited Dr. Nasr to be the keynote speaker. And so it comes time for the keynote address. Already people have given many papers, and he gets up and he says, well, thank you for inviting me. The first thing to say is there are no new approaches to the study of the Quran. So the whole premise of the conference was gone. But doing this also gave me, many opportunities to be at events and to present with Seyyed Hossein. Nasr was, of course, always a very humbling experience. But I'll mention just one that actually was depicted in one of the pictures there, where we went to Poetry and Prose in DC. And the person who had invited Dr. Nasr and myself to present on the study Quran, he said, well, the way we're going to run this is you're going to get up there and you're going to ask Dr. Nasr some questions and he's going to answer. And then he's going to ask you some questions and you're going to answer. And I thought, what on earth is that? Like, how am I possible? We've worked for 8 years. I don't have any questions left about this, to ask him. So for days, and my husband knows for days, I fretted over this. What am I going to say? How can I possibly, what am I going to ask him? What is he going to ask me, So I arrived there before him. And we got in, and I said to the person who was organizing, I was saying, maybe we should do something different. Maybe this doesn't work. And he goes, no, this is the way we do things here. This is, how we organize our programs and so on. So, all right, and I'm thinking in my head. And finally, Dr. Nasr arrives. And it was a rainy night. He comes in, in his raincoat and sits down. And this person then explains to him again what the procedure for the program is. And Dr. Nasr looks at him and says, no, that's ridiculous. He said, I'm going to say some things, and she's going to say some things, and then we're going to take questions. And this young man looks, and he goes, yes, you're going to say some things, and she's going to say some things, and then we're going to take questions. And I was never so happy in my life for that moment. But I've learned many things from Dr. Nasr in the various years of working with him. And I wanted to just sort of more seriously, I wrote down some things that I thought were important to share. What I learned from him about the responsibility of being a scholar that writes about things that are important to oneself and also important to many of the people who are going to be reading them, and not just in a scholarly way. He's taught me the importance of striving to live what one professes. He's a professor in the truest sense of the word. Not that he professes a particular theory or a particular idea, but a way of life. He lives what he teaches, and it's obvious to all of us students and many of you who know him here. He taught me about the need to convey knowledge with conviction and with courage, without compromising, with clarity, but also with generosity. And as Dr. Eisen mentioned as well in his comments, with an attentiveness to the beauty of the form in which it is delivered. The need not only for sharp discernment and analytical rigor, but also for an expansive sense of wonder that trusts that knowledge can continue to unfold in new ways. That whatever scholarly gifts or talents or skills someone has been given, and Dr. Nasr has been given so many, they are not our own, but they are given with the intention to be shared. And Dr. Nasr has shared and shared and shared. And finally, that it is never too late in life to start any major project, but also that there's no time to waste. He lives very much, it seems to me, by the teaching of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, that you should live as if you were going to live for 1,000 years, and may he live for 1,000 years, and as if one would die tomorrow. As I was, the final thing I'll say is I was preparing these remarks, it dawned on me, and I was thinking about the time that I first met him, that when I first met Dr. Nasr on the street corner there, he was the same age that I am now. And exactly, actually. And, you know, I was shocked because, you know, here I am thinking like, oh, you know, write one, maybe 2 more books, I'll teach for maybe 10 years, and then I'm going to retire and take it easy. And then I thought about all of the things that Dr. Nasr has done, 20 books at least, just since that time when I met him. And I suddenly felt completely exhausted and dismayed to think that I might have so much more work left. But I want to thank you for the fact that, like the good that is of the nature of itself to give of itself, that you have given of yourself for all of these years to me, to all of the people in this room, and to thousands and thousands of people all around the world. You've blessed us all. May God bless you always.
The last panelist, so I have a lot of time. It's a great honor to speak in this distinguished gathering in tribute to Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr, Ustadul Asatid, on his retirement after 70 years of academic service in Iran, in the United States, and elsewhere. I extend my gratitude to the Department of Religion at George Washington University, and especially to my friend, Professor Muhammad Fakhfouri, for organizing this event and inviting me. I first met Professor Nasr in November 2008, during the first months of my stay in the United States, a meeting that was repeated several times thereafter. Through these interactions, my admiration for his devout religiosity and mystical faith deepened. Unlike some apologetic Muslims or proclaimed no Mu'tazilites, Nasr takes pride in his Islamic faith, Shiite identity, and Iranian heritage, while showing genuine respect for other religions and cultures. Nasr stands among the foremost specialists in the history of Islamic philosophy and the history of science among Muslims. From my youth, I have learned much from his works and have always considered myself as one of his distant students. I vividly recall the joy of reading an introduction to Islamic cosmological doctrine and the three Muslim sages during my early university years. For my generation, Nasr was herald of the harmony between reason and revelation, and a guide to the intellectual heritage of Islam. His writings sometimes appear among the required readings of my courses. Following Henry Corbin, Nasr played a pivotal role in introducing Islamic wisdom, including philosophy, Sufism, and theology to the modern world, a bridge between West and East, particularly the philosophical schools of Isfahan, Shiraz, and Tehran, both during the years he was in Iran and afterward. I still cherish his critical edition of Suhrawardi's Persian works, published as the third volume of the collected works of Sheikh al-Ishraq. Later, his co-editing History of Islamic Philosophy and Ontology of Philosophy in Persia further advanced his field. I have long benefited from such works and sought in my own modest way to continue his path. Professor Nasr is among the most influential interpreters of Islam in the Western Academy. Through dozens of books and hundreds of scholarly articles and lectures, he has conveyed a compelling, compassionate, and intellectually vibrant vision of Islam and Shiism. He also served as the co-in-chief of the landmark volume of the study, the Quran, which has become the major reference for both scholars and students of Islam. In Ideals and Realities of Islam, Nasr challenged a common base in modern scholarship, which being largely Sunni-based, often portrays Sunnism as orthodoxy and Shiism as heterodoxy. Nasr writes, Sunnism and Shiism are both orthodox interpretation of Islamic revelation contained providentially within Islam. Both belong to total orthodoxy of Islam and do not destroy the unity of Islam. The unity of a tradition is not destroyed by different application of it, but by the loss of its principles and forms. End of his quotations. This insight reveals Nasr's inclusive vision of orthodoxy, which transcended sectarian boundaries and underscores Islam's inner unity in diversity. Al-Wahdat fi Ayn al-Kasra. I regard Professor Nasr as one of the foremost exponents of what I have called Rahmani Islam, the Islam of compassion. Allow me to summarize this idea from an article I presented in 2010. Professor Fakhfuri called him the first teacher. I want to call him as the best representative of Islam Rahmani, compassionate Islam in our time. Rahmani Islam stands in contrast to fascist, Taliban-style Umayyad or rigidly literalist Islam, as well as the political fundamentalism. In this understanding, none of Islam's authentic teachings are denied. Rather, certain rulings that were once valid but later misunderstood outside their original context, detached from the temporal and spatial condition of revelation, are reinterpreted and corrected. Likewise, rational and humane principles compatible with Islam are affirmed. At the time of revelation, Islam was nothing but Rahmani Islam, compassionate Islam. It needs no qualifying adjective, al-qaidul ihtirazi. Yet, as the community drifted from the Quranic spirit and absorbed harsh pre-Islamic customs, its compassionate core was obscured. Rahmani Islam rests on 10 principles: divine satisfaction, justice, rationality, compassion, ethics, human dignity and rights, freedom and free will, knowledge and expertise, democracy as a form of governance, and objective secularism. Compassion, or rahmah, is one of the divine laws, Sunanul Ilahi, that governs all theological, legal, and ethical reasoning. A religion whose God is Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim, and whose prophet is a mercy to the world, Rahmatan lil Alameen, must be in its nature a religion of mercy, not of cruelty or vengeance. The term Rahmani Islam thus emphasizes both on certainty of mercy in face and a boundary against interpretations that glorify violence and repression. In recent decades, this merciless reading, especially in Iran, has harmed Islam's image and essence, ruling in the name of Islam, but against Islam itself. It seems to me that Professor Nasr would agree with the first 9 principles of Rahmani Islam, though he may differ the 10th, objective secularism. Yet, like many masters of Islamic wisdom, Nasr is among the most eloquent advocates of compassionate, spiritual, and rational Islam. And the term Rahmani Islam aptly describes his intellectual and moral legacy. Professor Nasr is also the most distinguished representative of traditionalism by capital T, in our time. One may disagree with him, yet cannot ignore the profound influence of him. A fair critic of his thought in an act of respect and acknowledgement. Nasr maintains that the traditional world was coherent and defensible order, while modernity has brought the greatest calamity upon humankind. For him, tradition is a comprehensive paradigm in which all dimensions of existence find meaning through their relation to the sacred and transcendence. Revelation serves as the bridge between infinite and the finite. Traditionalists believe modernity serves this bond, enthroning human reason as a self-sufficient and marginalizing the sacred. In traditional Islam and modern world, Professor Nasr classified Muslims' responses to modernity into 4 groups: modernists, missionists, fundamentalists, and traditionalists. He powerfully defends the lost and criticizing other three for their extremes. Yet, one might ask, do all Muslims fit neatly into these four categories? Nasr does not fully distinguish between traditional or conservative Muslims and philosophical traditionalists, by capital T, in the Yenun Shuan sense. In his writing, traditional Islam is sometimes appropriated by the traditionalist project by capital T. Furthermore, Nasr's portrayal of modernist Muslims, while valid, for some imitators who reject their heritage, does not fit all. Many contemporary Muslim thinkers have critically embraced aspects of modern science and social thought, not out of Western imitation, but because they found them rationally and ethically superior to older forms. This selective and reasoned acceptance cannot be dismissed as critical modernism. I would like to raise two key questions concerning tradition and modernity, which I also addressed in my earlier critique of Professor Nasr. First, can tradition in its absolute form be defended? Is everything traditional inherently true? Must we not evaluate inherited tradition through rational and critical criteria? The mere presence of something within a sacred tradition does not ensure in truth. Some elements of our heritage, such as astrology, slavery, the subordination of the woman, and autocratic rule, though once accepted, are now ethically and intellectually untenable. Rejecting such elements is not impiety, and it's fidelity to the moral spirit of revelation. Second, is modernity wholly corrupt? Must every phenomenon associated with secular civilization be rejected for its supposed detachment from God? Modernity is not a single metaphysical essence, but a concept and evolving construct. It should be evaluated element by element. What accords with reason and moral consciousness may be accepted. What conflicts with them must be rejected. Being modern is neither a mark of depravity nor a proof of truth. Just being traditional as not automatically virtuous. The dialogue between faith and modernity can, in fact, enrich both sides through engagement with modern philosophy, hermeneutics, social sciences, and comparative theology. Muslim thinkers have discovered neglected dimensions of revelation and recognized errors in earliest interpretations. This is what modern Muslim reformers may be renewal of religious understanding, Islahul Ma'rifat ad-Diniyya. While divine religion itself, as preserved in the guarded tablet Allahul Mahfuz, is perfect, human understanding of revelation is not perfect. It is susceptible to superstition, local custom, and intellectual limitation. Hence, the disciplined reform of religious knowledge and law is not legitimate but necessary. We must thank traditionalists for their insightful critique of modernity. Yet, also recognize the difference between critic and absolute rejection. My defense of reform remains faithful to the non-negotiable principles of Islam, distinct from the relativism of some Muslim revisionist intellectuals. My last point. Beyond philosophical concerns, one must ask, can traditionalism solve the concrete problems of today's Muslims? Muslim society suffer from authoritarianism, underdevelopment, and intellectual stagnation. What is traditionalists' response to these crises? The realms of politics, economics, and sciences cannot be governed by metaphysics or mysticism alone. The wisdom of the perennial philosophy may guide our value, but cannot substitute for practical reason and institutional reform. Ultimately, I believe one can be both a faithful Muslim, believe in God, prophecy, and the hereafter, and at the same time be a modern, enlightened individual capable of critical engagement with one's time. This balanced approach reflects the prophetic spirit, fidelity without rigidity, openness without surrender. Given this perspective, one cannot defend the divine origin of monarchy, theocratic rule, the denial of political freedom, or rejection of democracy on grounds of Western influence. Nor can revolutions be condemned merely for being non-traditional. These reflections come from someone who struggled against both authoritarian regimes in Iran, has been imprisoned by both before and after revolution, and yet regard liberal democracy as only one among the many imperfect human response to the quest of justice and freedom. Final word. Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr is the source of pride of Iran, Islam, and Shiism in the contemporary world. His many virtues far outweigh his shortcomings, and who among us is free from error? May God forgive us and him alike. May his life be long and his contributions over greater. Thank you.
I should lighten this up a bit, I think. Yes, interesting. What can I say? It's, as you can see, as all of you already know, our dear, dear friend is very deeply influential on all of us. For me, it's been, as I say, when I met him 61 years ago, 1964, this has been the guiding light of my life, and I've tried to imitate his production in terms of publications, but that's impossible. So right now I'm kind of stuck in a big project, which hopefully will be a nice capstone to my career. But in any case, it's I have no words to express my gratitude to Professor Nasr, which is why I didn't want to participate in this panel, but here I am. It is quite impossible to bring out what is in my heart. So I think it's probably time for coffee.
Thank you all, and thank you, panelists. We'll break for a brief coffee and resume in 15 minutes. Thank you. So we resume our celebration of Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr with our second panel. And on this panel, we have Professor James Morris, Gray Henry, founder and director of the inimitable Fons Vitae Press, Jean-Nair Dagli, professor, and myself, Astaghfirullah. So we'll be sitting here, but anyone who wants to come to the microphone to speak is welcome. Thank you. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome. I think we're going to have a lot of people drifting in from the coffee bar up there, so we'll try and go slowly here to start with. Yeah, I think most people here are aware of the experience that people have of whole life review at or around the time of their death, or perhaps earlier if they take seriously the hadith, die before you die. And in some ways I feel like being in this environment, feels like two things. One, it's a family reunion. I came from a large family. We had 60 or 70 people almost every Sunday who would get together. And so I've known almost everyone I've met here, except there are perhaps a few younger people in different ways through the last decades. But also, well, anyway, I was thinking of what came up to my mind when this was announced was am I speaking correctly now, I think? So anyway, just get down to text here. So I said I'd kind of go through this, and rather than talk about books and theories and so forth, talk about the different ways that, that Dr. Nasr, well, take off from the ways that he's influenced my own life, but mainly with the intention of suggesting ways that many other people who are invited, including are involved and have benefited from his work, not from his books, but from the person himself. And I think that's very important because, as I'll say later, I think there are many brilliant people, one encounters in universities, like once where I've taught, but there are very few people who actually live what they teach, and I think that Dr. Nasr was, above all, a lot of people say they want to do that, but Dr. Nasr, as we can see from the earlier introduction today, really was somebody who's done that all of his life in a very impressive way. So my first encounter with Hossein Nasr was in Marshall Hodgson's year-long introduction to Islam at the University of Chicago, where in the third semester of the modern world, this is kind of the test version of Venture of Islam. I think that one of Dr. Nasr's books was probably Ideals and Realities of Islam was in the third semester, but I did my term paper there on everything he'd written up to that point, and it really changed my direction and interest from Western philosophy and religion to going into Islamic philosophy and learning Arabic and all the things I did in the next few years before going on to Harvard. The next time, and the first time I saw Dr. Nasr in person was in 1972 during my first year in grad school at Harvard. And I saw an announcement of a lecture he was giving at MIT, a public lecture. And so I went there not knowing very much. I just wanted to curious this person whose books I'd read to see what he was like. I don't remember the topic of the lecture. What I do remember is a bunch of raucous protesters. I mean, I assume that they were future revolutionaries. This is 1972. But what's really stood out for me was the chance to witness Dr. Nasr's integrity and clarity and balance in the face of these people who were screaming at him. And I don't remember that they threw anything at him, but certainly they looked like they'd want to. It was kind of interesting. The people who were at MIT were from very different backgrounds than the Iranians who came to Harvard and the humanities, but people thought there were simple answers for everything, were the people who were yelling at him at the time. And I hope he didn't have to face that in too many other places, but it really turned out to be a kind of foretelling of things that were going to happen by 10 years later in Iran. Then, totally unexpectedly, in 1975, I was invited, along with pretty much anybody who was working in Islamic philosophy in the States at the time, there weren't too many of us, to go spend 3 years at the Institute of Islamic Philosophy in Tehran. And I have a whole list of things that I learned about and from Dr. Nasr while we were there, but it's not the things themselves, but rather the example that he set in terms of communication and affecting other people in ways that he's continued to do throughout his life ever since then. One was that he brought together a full teaching there of Toshiko Uzutsu and Henri Corbin, Ashtiani and Mashhad, and other leading scholars who would come less frequently. But he did all of this while he was doing the chancellor, the president really of the university at the time, and it was his ability to get so much work done in so many ways was truly awesome. The next, in addition to the political and economic challenges of funding his institute, one thing that's always stayed with me was that he somehow managed to create and single-handedly acquire an extraordinary library in the history of philosophy, science, and religious traditions, with literally tens of thousands of volumes in Arabic, Persian, Greek, and Latin, as well as German, French, and English. Basically, in that library, you had all of the tools that one would need for intercivilizational and interreligious and intra-religious understanding and dialogue. The third thing that Dr. Nasr did, and again, I think for most people, one would see that any one of these things I'm mentioning would be a great accomplishment, but was his ability to selflessly connect his students, researchers, with other leading Islamic scholars, local Sufi groups, and leading young traditional musicians. In all these cases, what we witnessed there was cooperation instead of competition. And if you know anything, whether about music or about scholarship, cooperation instead of competition, something people pay lip service to, but is perhaps honored more by lip service than in contact. The next thing that we saw some pictures of this was that the way that he invited for visits and lectures a number of leading international scholars and thought leaders from many Muslim and Western countries, including Houston Smith, Ivan Illich. These are just the people who I was thinking of when we started to put this talk together. And finally, it was my first encounter with someone open to understanding and practicing Islam creatively and from its roots, primordial Islam, if you will, with a sort of small I, transhistorical, rather than simply repeating or adopting earlier traditional forms of practice and thought. As I left, I planned to come back to Iran, like many people did at the time. I just went back to Harvard to finish my thesis on Mullah Sadra, and again, something that I'd started with Dr. Nasr's encouragement, as well as working with Henri Corbin and Ashtiani and Mashhad. And finally, after different years of revolution and exile, what must have been a very difficult time for Dr. Nasr, I was working in Paris at the time. I ended up moving back to Temple University just after Dr. Nasr moved on to George Washington. And as a result, I took over the supervision of many, if not most, of his PhD students at Temple. And they ranged from, so while I was going off to the cornfields of Ohio to teach undergraduates, at the same time, I was getting in touch with much of the rest of the world through these different PhD students that I took on, including, I mentioned not their names, but what they did, just because it gives you some idea, again, of the incredible range of expertise, topics, countries that Dr. Nasr was always engaged with. I remember one of those was, there were artists. I think that was the most striking thing. They'd gotten fellowships to work in Islam and the arts, mainly from Malaysia. Historian of science from Malaysia, feminist writers from Pakistan, political scientists from Sudan, who I later met working at the National University in Kuala Lumpur, and the first African-American Muslim woman PhD in religion, who was who I again, ended up working with and helping and taking on many students from similar backgrounds while I was at Oberlin. So these PhD projects were things that I completed, most of them, and again, the diversity of these subjects and the location of these researchers reflected an ongoing stage of Dr. Nasr's international presence and commitment. So there was a turning point here, not only in his life, but I assume I know for almost anybody who was basically living in Iran and planning to be there and somehow had to remake a new life after the troubles of the 1980 and thereabouts. Finally, I could say a lot more about the second period, the GWU period, but I think the thing I would like to say that really strikes me is Dr. Nasr in this period was the sheikh and guide to whom I could confidently send to my students, whether they're Muslim or non-Muslim, who were interested in pursuing and practicing Sufism and spiritual Islam. This is not something that goes in perhaps in somebody's resume, but I sent quite a few students who often people got interested in these things as undergrads to work with him, either spiritually or academically or both, here at GWU, and that continues down to the present time, but I won't, other people will be talking about that. So, yes, so by their signs, you will know them. Yu'arafuna bisimaihim. And again, I think the other thing that I neglected to mention when I was talking about that first encounter at MIT was how it looked like somebody facing that kind of like raucous uprising would be completely thrown off and not able to continue their lecture. But turns out that Dr. Nasr, as I later saw in many other contexts, was those who were la khawf alayhim wa hum la yahzanun. That's a rare bunch, the people the Quran speaks about in that way. And that was an unforgettable experience to see how he handled and dealt with all of these loud and raucous opponents at the MIT. So enough for now. I think everybody's already said anything else I might have said, so I'll pass it on to who's next. John?
My greetings to everyone here. So I'm so honored to be here with you today. And I was thinking, I have known you for 50 years. Now that's amazing. I met you when you were just in your early 40s and I was in my early 30s. And to think my children are in their 50s now. So I couldn't put time together, but recently in your wonderful series of lectures on metaphysics, you were talking about the hierarchic nature of time, that scientists see it as quantitative, but in fact, we experience it as change and qualitative. So I was thinking back 50 years. When we think of another person, we can't think of everything in their lives. There are a certain group of images that go back. So I thought it would be fun for me to tell you a few images I have from the various decades of you. I would hate to think of yours of me, but anyway. So everything began in the 70s. I was in Egypt in the 70s studying, and my grandfather had been in Alexandria from 1925 to 52. He was a judge in the International Mixed Courts. So Cairo has been in our family now 100 years. And I was teaching world religions at the Cairo American College, and suddenly the World of Islam Festival sprang up in London. So I thought, why not take a group of my students and go for a week? And we came to the Museum of Science, which you had created the incredible exhibit and done. The name of the book that was so wonderful was Islamic Science and Illustrated Study. What an incredible book. So you had been the chief advisor for this exhibit, and I had never met you before. So then, just a few years later, in the early 80s, now there's a big jump from that image to the next image. I'm in my home in Cambridge. We've moved to England and started the Islamic Text Society. And we rented the house from Gabriel Dirac, who founded the quantum theory. And you're going to love this. Once he got the Nobel Prize in '38 and bought this house, he quit physics, moved to Florida to write poetry, and one of the physicists said, he never spoke, but we remember one thing he said, I knew a theory to be true if it were beautiful. Isn't that marvelous? So you were in my kitchen, sitting at the table, and someone had brought from Iran a suitcase with some of your wife's things. And I decided to honor you by making cappuccinos. So we had a Pavoni espresso. And just as you were mentioning some very profound truth, the whole machine started squealing with steam. And this is my first image. I was mortified that this was going on. Then I have to say, and this may be true of many of you in the room, so many of us have been coming to you. Would you please write an article? Would you come speak at my conference? Would you help with this event? And I've been one of these people who's been preying on you for 5 decades. But I want you to know that all of this has had an incredible trickle-down effect. So the first thing that happened in the 80s in Cambridge was, I don't know how I had the nerve to ask you to do this, but I said, would you speak to the Cambridge student body? And you said, what topic? I said, explain reality. And then I had the nerve to ask Sheikh Zaki Yamani, who was the head of OPEC at the time, to introduce you. And he and Tamam came. Remember that when they came to Cambridge? And I always thought that was, I remember Carmen Blacker. Remember Carmen Blacker? She was the head of the Japanese department. And she said, some of the students may have found this lecture difficult. She said, but when you hear a talk, you take what you need from it. And isn't that true? You know, and so then the next thing was Victor Danner had written the script for what was a slideshow, now a video, that I was making for my master's thesis in education called Islamic Pictorial Essay. And you agreed to write the section on Islamic science. And I just want you to know that that video, here it is, right, has gone worldwide, is used by embassies and university classes, and it was narrated by Gay Eaton. You may have narrated your own section, I can't remember. So that was the first help you gave me in the 80s. And then you did write for the Islamic Text Society a young Muslim's guide to the modern world, I think, a very important work. So then in the 90s, I leave England and go back to Kentucky to care for dying parents. So I got a job at Bellarmine and ran the Year of Tibet out of there and got involved with the Merton Center. And before I knew it, I was listening to some of Thomas Merton's tapes, tapes of his talks to the novices, and he started talking on Sufism. So then the idea was to bring out this book, Merton and Sufism, The Untold Story, a complete compendium. So of course, you wrote the introduction, and thank you, William Chittick, you wrote the chapter, Sufism, Name and Reality. But he didn't just write a chapter on this. You came to Louisville for the incredible opening at Bellarmine University. I hope I'm taking you to memories you may have forgotten. And first, her name is Bonnie Thurston. You may know who she is. She's a scholar. And she was supposed to introduce you. And then she said, because of the Sufic reality, I will not introduce him. And I always thought, well, that was refreshing. And so then you talked. At the end of your talk, one got the usual thing, people raising their hands and saying, if God is good, why is there evil? And that was the first time I'd ever heard the idea, which is so obvious, that evil is only a distance or separation from God. And that put so many things into perspective for me. And also at that meeting, there was a lady called Khadija Nicole Abadi. And she had come from, I don't know where, France or Algeria or somewhere. She was she was involved living in Mostaganem. And Sidi Abdus Salam left Mostaganem to go all the way to Kentucky to give a talk to sit with Thomas Merton. And Merton wrote about what it was like sitting on this hill. He said, now, he didn't just pass out Cokes and cookies. He took an orange and he slowly peeled it, and he gave it to all of us sitting in a circle. And Merton was so impressed, but this man, of course, had to be translated. Nicole had translated. And so Abdus Salam went into the monastery. I've heard this on Merton talking about this, and spoke to all of the monks at Gethsemane. And he said, well, brothers, are you getting what you came in here for? And when I heard that, I thought, well, Gray, are you getting what you came into the human state for? I mean, this was amazing, but you met with these wonderful people who had been at Mostaganem. So then, the next thing, in 2013, I'm a member of something called the Center for Interfaith Relations, and every year for the past 23 years, we've done a Festival of Faiths and had many of you and Houston Smith and everyone to speak, and every year there's been a theme, a theme like old age or death or land or water or something, and it's been quite profound over the years. Well, in 2013, you helped out in 3 ways. I called you up and said, we have the Dalai Lama coming. He's going to be on stage. It's a big deal for the community, and I would like you to help me. I'm going to have a representative from each of the faith traditions with him on the stage, as it were. And so I asked you to be the representative of Islam, and then you helped me bring Rabbi Green. You suggested him. Richard Rohr came, and it was a quite beautiful presentation. But at that time, you did 2 extraordinary lectures. It was the theme of our festival that year was sacred silence. And so you did, I'm just going to tell you, these talks were amazing. Here it is. One of the talks you did was called Sacred Silence, Vedanta and Sufism. And I want to tell you, on the festival website, that particular talk has it at 128,000 visits. That in one Mary Menifee did on the prayer of the heart, the Jesus prayer, of 23 years of their recorded lectures, those 2 have had the most hits. Hits, I hate to use that word, visits. All right, so I just wanted to say, even though I dragged you to it, look at what's gone on. And then the next talk you gave was Sacred Silence, Pathways to Compassion. You were sitting with Matthew Ricard and Rabbi Green and so on. And these talks, honestly, I have gone back just recently and re-listened to them carefully, because there was this great surge of the Dalai Lama is coming, the whole school system should be involved, everyone should understand compassion. And believe it or not, people have a kind of minimalist understanding of compassion. So I set about, I got all the children, I went to like 180 schools in Louisville, had all the children act out virtues, write essays of what was compassionate. One of them wrote, when my parents are at a stoplight texting and the light turns green, I let them know. That was this child's version of compassion. I mean, really funny things. So I was in this flurry of compassion without really having a deeper access to it. And in listening to these 2 recordings of yours and attending your event, your lectures on metaphysics this past what was, a couple of weeks ago, I came to a new understanding of compassion. I'm simply going to share it. I'm sure everyone here knows it but me, but it was just helpful. Through grace, the human soul is intended to realize, through self-observation and blame, its true nature, the nafs al-mutama'ina, that rests in divine peace, and onward to the highest attainment, radiyatan mardiya, satisfied, content, and God-satisfied with it, the soul. It is from this soul that compassion emanates, where we are fully human. The Quran refers to this, verily we are created from a single soul. All that is ultimately real is the divine self in us, right? So being compassionate is not just being and doing good, but it is being true to our real selves, to myself and all selves. The only way to be real is to be compassionate in the metaphysical, in the deepest metaphysical sense. Christ said it is more blessed to give than to receive, because in giving, we realize our true selves much more than in receiving. It's not accidental, you mentioned, that good people are charitable, because they reflect a deeper level of this being. When we are compassionate to others, we are being true to the only thing that is true in us, that is the supreme self. Wow. One of the most difficult things you mentioned recently in the world is to be fully compassionate. We're all partially compassionate. As you said, well, I was thinking, we're worried about our Ohio River, but not the Ganges, right? Because of our egos, we are partial. And you said we must be concerned not only for all humanity, but for the whole of creation, all species, the entire natural environment. And this, suddenly I understood compassion in a wholly transformed way. And so it's interesting that you also helped with the book, The Animals' Lawsuit Against Humanity, because of your interest in the environment and the truth. And you did a wonderful preface to this book. You all may not know, but this is a 10th century animal rights treatise by the Ikhwan Safar, the Brethren of Purity. The edition we have here was a rabbi translated this out of the Hebrew edition. It was put into Latin in the 12th century for a Christian king. So it's an amazing book, and a wonderful woman from India did beautiful illustrations. But I want to say your material on this, then there was a Congress in Sharjah, so I read your introduction. I'm just trying to say that in the ways you've been helping, it's been going out. So, let's see if I come to an end here. No, not quite. So then, oh, well, just an aside here. Franz Vitae brought out the pen and the tablet. This Muhammad Faghfuri did. This is the articles and books you've written. It would take me a year to read through it. I mean, I can't even believe that we had the opportunity to bring this out. But more recently, we were so honored to publish your wonderful Sufi commentary on the Tao Te Ching. And honestly, I mean, I've been teaching the Tao Te Ching for years to young people, but somehow this had a transformative effect on me. I suddenly understood something I hadn't before. I'm just going to read a few passages from it because I thought people would enjoy hearing something. You point out the sage is in ourselves and can be understood as true man, our potential. The sage is always aware of the eternal nature of others, no matter how they are acting. The use of something comes from its emptiness, like a vessel or a house. That empty space of non-being is what profits us. Like water seeks to the lowest place to avoid transgression. Then you said there is no calamity greater than not knowing how to be content. The sage is content and satisfied. Then when you wrote, the sage does not contend, Wu Wei. He is involved in non-engagement. And suddenly I realized for the first time, as a publisher, I deal with people writing uncomfortable letters, getting in touch with me to say this or that. And then I thought, you know what? I do not have to engage. I can be like water trickling backward. I don't need to contend. I finally realized there's an incredible peace about not getting involved in duality unless it's really necessary. And I was spurred on by this. And then the sage has gone beyond death, therefore cannot be slain. And you used a Rumi poem at this point. You said, we and our beings are non-existent, displaying existence. Thou art absolute. Thou art absolute being appearing in the guise of the perishable. Oh, that's just wonderful. Now, you ought to know something amazing. There is a man in Bosnia named Navad Kateran, Faculty of Philosophy, the University of Sarajevo. He's already put this book into Bosnian. He's already sent it to us, and he wants us to put all these Bosnian books online free for Bosnians to read. But I think that's exciting. And I had one last thing to say, and then my final word, is that in your recent lecture series on metaphysics, I particularly enjoyed it because it was a review of everything. And I honestly, in my own meager way, the people I deal with in Louisville, wherever, I take what I need from what you've given me, and I put it in the language of those that are surrounding me. But something you said in these metaphysical talks was, you were talking about pain and suffering, and this was so beautiful. You reminded everyone that God knows the full trajectory of our lives and what our suffering means. You reassured us that nothing happens that is not metaphysically needed. I found that incredibly comforting. So I wanted to end by saying, I wrote it, I should be able to say it, your teachings, your transmissions, your clarity, and above all, your smile and your presence, right, have enriched my life and work incalculably, right? And you've helped give me something to transmit. It is the nature of light to emanate, as does your light in our hearts and lives. The heart has to be beautiful for God to reside there. You have said it is our responsibility to teach those who understand and apply it in our lives. Thank you, Dr. Nasr.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I should have gone first. I don't. Following that's a little bit. This will be a little bit sort of boring. And is it? It won't go any higher.
Lean over.
Can I? Can you hear me? Is this a little better? Is it? All right. I'll just lean over a little bit like this. Following Gray's, it was a mistake, but my anecdotes won't be as interesting. But I do. I wanted to share or reflect upon some of the, you might say, academic encounters that I've. The most important encounters I've had with Dr. Nasr are not scholarly or academic, and it's really hard to say too much about them in any meaningful way. That without speaking about my own personal life, which is not that interesting to people. But I can say something about some of the scholarly and pedagogical encounters that I've had with him over the years. The first encounter I had with him was in 1994 at Cornell University, where Dr. Nasr at the time was what was called the Andrew Dixon White Professor at Large, meaning he had an affiliation with Cornell University, and he would give a series of lectures there from time to time. And in '94, he gave a series of lectures. I believe the title was Hierarchy in Islamic Art. And at this point, I didn't really know anything. I mean, when I look back on it now, and I think about my Islamic education, and I think about my level of knowledge, just how sort of parochial and kind of almost like as if I had come out of a village, despite the fact that I grew up in New Jersey. It was really humbling to see this kind of first taste of just what was out there in my religion, which I had no really inkling of before. He kind of embodied it, he talked about it, and I was really just deeply, deeply affected by that. And he gave some other talks as well at the university at that time. And then it changed my trajectory. I started to do a lot of reading. I read his book, Knowledge and the Sacred, and I remember very distinctly at the time that I hadn't even finished the book yet, but I remember thinking, first of all, I remember thinking, the sentence in my mind that resonated was, he knows. That was sort of, I remember something, that sentence echoed in my mind. And then I also had the very firm intention, having read his writings, that I wanted to I wanted to pursue a path which would enable me to write books like this so that they would have the effect on other people that this book is having the effect on me. So that really created me this kind of motivation to become a scholar, to become a teacher, and to become an educator. I lost contact with him for a couple of years. I decided to study at Al-Azhar University. I went to Cairo for a year. Long story short, that really didn't work out. And so I made my way back to the United States, and I made contact with him again. I also had some contact with him in Cairo. And eventually I made my way back to pursuing a master's degree with him at GW, and many people here have done the same thing. I studied with him at GW. And GW, studying and getting a master's of religion with him, really taught me how to be a teacher. Interacting with him, watching him lecture, seeing how he graded papers, seeing how he interacted with students, and seeing not only, first of all, as everybody knows, his lecturing, it's very hard not to internalize and then to imitate. And that's a good thing. I mean, he would share in the lectures something about the philosophy of teaching. For example, he would make these remarks which would always stick in my memory, that there has to be a kind of love and respect in the classroom. It can't be transactional. There's a kind of, he didn't use the word energy, but there's a kind of a wholeness that's created in a class. And he even mentioned how just not attending and not coming and not letting him know, or not letting the class, sort of disrupted the energy and the feeling of the class. These kind of remarks that he would make about you might say, the spirit and the environment and the inner aspect of teaching really stuck with me for a very long time. I tried to imitate the art of his lecturing, and even picking up his kind of tics and phrases like, I can hardly overemphasize the significance of how much I imitated his lecture style. And but also, I also remember something about his willingness, and maybe this is just me because of my own shortcomings, but I also remember his willingness as a teacher to entertain stupid ideas and silly statements that really don't make a whole lot of sense. I can remember back saying things to him and in his presence, which now I'm so mortified by. And the fact that he had no response at all. He just let me make the statements. He didn't make me feel stupid about it. He didn't make me feel silly about it. He didn't tell me, that's a terrible idea, don't do that. What are you even thinking? That's ridiculous. Never. He never did that. Of course, he has an aspect of rigor that can come out, but when it came to teaching, and when it came to people entertaining ideas and thinking about things, he did not embarrass his students. And that's a lesson I really took. I try not to do that to my students. When they say absurd things or silly things, I just kind of let it sit, and I try to, sort of maneuver it to something a little bit better. That's an aspect of his teaching which really sticks with me. At the time, I was trying to make some extra money, and I got to working as a translator, working for Qazi Publications, which was run by the late Lale Bakhtiar, rahmatullah alayha. And I had started translating some pages of Ibn Arabi related to the 5 pillars, and that had to be scuttled because someone was already working on it. And then I came to Dr. Nasr about it, and he made an offhand comment. Just we were walking to the elevator, and he said, "You know what? Why don't you translate the Fusus al-Hikam of Ibn Arabi?" And I said, well, all right. And this was sort of one of many instances where an offhand comment from Dr. Nasr gobbles up years of my life. This is sort of, but it was good. I mean, it's not a complaint. And then as I was approaching completion of that, he said, you can't just do a translation. You have to write explanatory notes. People aren't just going to understand the Fusus. And they're there one another couple of years. And then I wanted to do a little bit more translating, and I found what I thought was a short little book called Shawahid al-Rububiyyah of Mullah Sadra. Now some of the Persians and the philosophers are going to laugh at me for this, but this is how little I knew. There's a short little work that has that title by Mullah Sadra, and I went to him thinking, I want to translate this. And he said, what are you talking about? This is, I said, no, it's a short little book. And I remember very distinctly in my mind him sitting in his office And he shook his head and said, "No, sir." And he stood up and he walked to the library on the other side of the office and he pulled out this giant book called the Shawahid al-Rububiyyah. It's a similar title. And he showed me, he said, "No, this is the Shawahid al-Rububiyyah." And he said, "Well, why don't you translate this?" And then the same thing happened again. And so that's unfinished. I only finished about 2/3 of the first draft on that particular work. Now, fast forwarding a little bit, another sort of academic encounter, of course, was, and I participated with Maria, was the study Quran. And I was not living near DC at the time, and when I heard about it, I went to Dr. Nasr and I said, "Listen, if you need any help with this project, I'd be glad to help." I was thinking, oh, I'll maybe do some editing, I'll maybe write an essay or something like that, and I don't know if anyone knows what it means to be shanghaied. But it sort of felt like that, So the next 8 years, 9 years of my life was basically devoted to this project. And Maria she described, I think, the intensity of it and the meaningfulness. I don't want to repeat anything that she said. But it does remind me, and it makes me also reflect, not just as Dr. Nasr as a teacher. Of course, Dr. Nasr as a scholar, it's plain, it's obvious. People can read his output. We've been talking about him as a teacher. But then also, if I can say, there's also Dr. Nasr as a colleague. And not that we are equals or colleagues in that sense, but he made himself a colleague during that project. We had a workflow which required really that we all work as a team. He was the head of the team, of course. But we would write our own materials, we would share them with each other. We would edit each other's works, then we would send those edits and that content to Dr. Nasr to look at, to edit, and he would send feedback. Whatever he wrote, he would ask us for feedback. And he didn't treat us like mere underlings in that. I mean, this was a project that went on for many, many years. And I don't remember a single time when he spoke high-handedly to us, or where he was making these kind of arbitrary demands, or did anything less than treat us as a colleague. And this, for someone like him to treat us that way is humility. It's not weakness. It was him teaching us, cultivating us, helping us through the process. And I should say, was a big part of, I mean, I don't know if how many academics you know, but the idea of keeping a team of academics together for 8 or 9 years on a project like that, without it flying apart into some kind of disaster and fragmenting, and it's something like a minor miracle. I mean, it's a very hard thing to pull off. And I mashallah, alhamdulillah, I credit him a lot. Not to say that the frictions didn't occur, but I think his balance between, I would say his balance between authority and referee, teacher, and then also making himself a member of a team and a colleague and humbling himself, really made the success of that project possible. I mean, I think this is, teachers and educators need to also know how to relate to people and not just to dictate to them. And I think Dr. Nasr has always been, I would say, an example of that. Like Dr. Chittick and I think like others, one gets to a point where you begin to have a little bit of a loss for words. We're all doing our best. We're all, I think, I think Dr. Nasr is someone who was given a lot in life. Obviously, we're all given different faculties. We're all given different abilities. We're given different resources. And it's not always, what am I trying to say here? It's not always easy to judge from the outside how to measure output, content, influence, versus, you might say, what is driving that from the inside. But I can say from my own side, what's most significant to me is not the quantity, but the sincerity, the devotion, the wholeheartedness, the courage, I would say, on his part in being able to produce what he's produced in his life. I know for a fact, I've only experienced this a little bit in my life, but I know by analogy, what he did, it's not easy being an academic and producing that kind of work over a long period of time. It's often very thankless, especially when you're dealing with people who don't understand, refuse to understand, are conspiring to make sure that you don't succeed, don't want to see you succeed, are sometimes hoping for your failure, and maintaining decades of equanimity, equilibrium, generosity, output, hard work in the face of these things, I can tell you psychologically is not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of just, it can be painful. It can feel as if the world is against you in some small way. And I don't presume to speak for Dr. Nasr's psychological experience, but I can imagine that there's many, many times in his life where doing all of these things did not come as a kind of this effortless, outpouring of things, sort of just pure inspiration from beginning to end. These things took hard, grinding work. And I think that's something I certainly appreciate. I know everyone else does. And subhanAllah, may God reward him and bless him in this life and in the hereafter for all of it. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
When I was a student at Harvard Divinity School, Professor Nasr gave the annual Dudleyan Lecture on the spiritual and religious roots of the environmental crisis. It was thunderous. He spoke on how materialism and desacralization of the cosmos breeds spiritual death, cultural death, and environmental death. He laid bare the inefficacy of secularized, sentimental environmentalism, the weakness of an environmentalism devoid of cosmological or religious meaning. His keynote was a roar of truth in halls and walls accustomed to truth whispered, convoluted, and caveats or omitted altogether. I had lots of notebooks in my lap trying to take notes, and by the end, I had to shoot up in applause and all the notebooks scattered. It was irrefutable, the things he had said, and with such courage, which I think Professor Daghli just mentioned, which is such a huge part of Professor Nasr's work. In another of his forthcoming books, Islam and the Diversity of Religions, Professor Nasr carries monumental import of many messages that have been themes of his entire scholarship, such as the transcendent unity of religions and indigenous cosmovisions, and how the world's diversity of religions and cosmovisions share consciousness of the ontological primacy of consciousness with a capital C, and that this parallel allows these religions and revealed wisdoms to carry the perennial through line of consciousness of the sacredness of nature and the human responsibility to care for the earth. These words, this message, is both timeless and astoundingly timely. It's both perennial and ancient and the future. It is so pressing in this moment that that's the beautiful paradox of his work, is that it is above time and yet needs to be in all the classrooms on November 14th, 2025. It's that urgent. As we speak, climate change cracks the existing fault lines of environmental injustice, ecological extraction, and pollution all wide open. Coloniality's modernity brings the scourge of ecocide, of genocide, and of unchecked greed and plunder. These long festering problems are all exacerbated by and exacerbate climate crisis. Professor Nasr insists that we excavate the drivers of such environmental violence, which he names so presciently as the severance from traditional ecological knowledge. In 1967, he wrote, quote, "Few are willing to look reality in the face and accept the fact that there is no peace possible in human society as long as the attitude toward nature and the whole natural environment is one based on aggression and war," unquote. As we speak today, World leaders and civil society gather in Belém, Brazil for the UNFCCC COP30 global climate negotiations. Heads of state and corporate CEOs push further technological materialism and artificial intelligence, which is a horrible, like desacralization of that word. But meanwhile, indigenous and agrarian community leaders contest. They converge from all over the world to gather in that space to demand deference to traditional ecological knowledge before it is too late. In a sweeping echo of Professor Nasr's lifelong clarion call, quote, "To destroy the natural environment is therefore to fail in one's humanity." Professor Nasr's words and wisdom are so urgent and pressing and relevant right now to us and to those in Belém, Brazil, as we speak at COP30, but on another level, there's a beautiful relevance. Professor Nasr has a direct connection to Amazonia, which needs to be more well known. He received a call early one morning, many decades ago, from a Brazilian minister of the environment thanking him. It was like in 5 in the morning. Picked up the phone, the Brazilian minister thanked him effusively. A major highway had been proposed that would have run through the indigenous Amazonian rainforest, right through the heart of it. And it was on its way to being passed, and this is the lungs of the world. This would have had enormous devastating cultural and environmental impacts. Amidst fervent debates in the Brazilian National Congress, the road was blocked in the last minute by a vote, led by a Brazilian leader who had just read the new Portuguese translation of Man and Nature. As delineated in this prescient book, he says, quote, "Although science is legitimate in itself, the role and function of science and its application have become illegitimate and even dangerous because of the lack of a higher form of knowledge into which science could be integrated, and because of the destruction of the sacred and spiritual value of nature. To remedy this situation, the metaphysical knowledge pertaining to nature must be revived, and the sacred quality of nature given back to it once again," unquote. If only this had been heeded. So, in thinking through all of the layers of impact, I think I will end my notes, and I'm not going to speak for long, by saying that we're just beginning to see the impact of of Professor Nasr's remarks. In one of his essays, In the Beginning Was Consciousness, he says, quote, "The denial of the primacy of consciousness has also resulted both directly and indirectly in the desacralization of nature and the reduction of nature to a pure it, to a commodity, to be used by human beings as they deemed necessary. The prevalent view of nature became more impervious to its spiritual qualities, the mysteries of nature, its innate harmony and beauty, all those aspects of nature celebrated over the centuries by sages, saints, poets, and artists became subjectified and made to appear as being objectively unreal, turned into a commodity to be ever used in a growing avaricious appetite of modern humanity as consumer. The natural environment soon began to suffer, leading to the environmental crisis which now threatens the web of life on Earth." We are in a moment right now where the words of Professor Nasr gain more and more relevance by the moment. What an honor for us to bear witness to such a remarkable journey as it continues to expand and deepen, as its relevance goes into more and more languages, more and more young people's hearts and minds, upending dominant and dangerous paradigms that are so hegemonically locked into our educational system thus far. What an honor for us to pay homage to a mind so mighty, a wisdom so witty and yet world-shaking and world-saving, a heart so strong it burns with the need of what need be taught. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So honored to be back here with you as we continue our celebration of Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr's remarkable journey, the understatement of the century. He was here at 2 o'clock wondering where all of us were. So his punctuality is still a model for us. We are here for our third panel, and we have a portion of our panelists, but we will go ahead and begin. We have Shankar Nair joining us, Professor Nicholas Boylston, and also, who else is here? Yes, we have Munjad Morad, but we also have Professor Walid Ansari joining us shortly, and Professor Fuad Naim. And I would like to remind you, each of our panelists has illustrious bios. It would take way too long to give them all of their proper titles and affiliations, so please consult the program to learn more about their background and what they're bringing. So bismillah.
Thank you so much. It would be difficult to overestimate the extent of my indebtedness to just one pair of sentences from Seyyed Hossein Nasr's magisterial Gifford Lectures in 1981, subsequently published as Knowledge and the Sacred. Nasr writes in chapter 9, quote, "The translation of sacred texts from Sanskrit into Persian by such figures as Dar-e-Shikoh, or commentaries written by a Muslim sage such as Mir Fendereski upon a basic work of Hinduism such as the Yoga Vasishta, are not cultural phenomena of passing interest. They represent episodes of human history which are of great significance for contemporary men because they present cases in which, far away from the secularist context of the modern world, attempts were made by men of faith to understand other religions, even across major barriers such as those which separate the Abrahamic world from the Indian." In an endnote to the passage, Dr. Nasr mentions the 1976 PhD dissertation by Fathollah Mojtabai, completed at Harvard University, which treated Mir Fendereski's commentary on the Yoga Vasishta. Duly prompted, upon encountering this passage of Dr. Nasr's as a young undergraduate, I accessed the Harvard archives and dug up the dissertation. And with that, a world was opened up to me, the study of which has occupied my academic labors ever since. It would be fair to say that I have spent the bulk of my professional career so far merely following up on Dr. Nasr's single footnote. My own undergraduate thesis, doctoral dissertation, and eventual first book have all centered on the Hindu Sanskrit text, the Yoga Vasishta, and its Muslim interpreters, including Mir Fendereski. For the auspicious occasion of this conference and Dr. Nasr's richly deserved Festschrift, however, and in extension of my indebtedness to those same two sentences from his prolific pen, I will instead pursue Dr. Nasr's second suggestion within the very same passage, namely the remarkable interreligious undertakings of the Indian Mughal Muslim prince Dar-e-Shikoh. More substantively, however, it is really the opening sentence of the Gifford Lectures to which I owe an even more substantial intellectual debt. Dr. Nasr commences Knowledge in the Sacred with a fascinating invocation of Hinduism in a comparative mode. Quote, "In the beginning, reality was at once being, knowledge, and bliss, the Sat-Chit and Ananda of the Hindu tradition, or Qudra, Hikmah, and Rahmah, which are among the names of Allah in Islam." Nasr expands the comparison in the book's first endnote. Quote, "The Hindu expression Sat-Chit-Ananda is one of the names of God. Satchidananda is usually translated as being, consciousness, bliss, but the most essential translation, the one that makes most clear the metaphysical meaning of these terms, is object-subject union. At the highest level, this ternary may also be expressed as known, knower, knowledge, or beloved, lover, love. This ternary also has an operative or spiritual meaning related to invocatory prayer, such as the prayer of Jesus, Christianity, japa, Hinduism, and dhikr, Islam. Here it takes the form of invoked, invoker, invocation, in Islamic terms, madhkur, dhakir, dhikr. Thus begins Knowledge in the Sacred, Dr. Nasr's arguable magnum opus. There are a lot of candidates. But in comparative terms, he explicates this characteristic Hindu description of ultimate reality, the formula being, consciousness, bliss, Satchidananda, that is especially central to the Hindu non-dualist school of Advaita Vedanta, highlighting its central metaphysical, epistemological, and praxis-oriented dimensions. Now, I myself grew up in a Hindu household, having encountered vague articulations of this Sanskrit phrase over the years, but I was never able to unlock them, to start to grasp for myself their incredible and far-reaching philosophical implications until I had encountered this opening paragraph of Knowledge in the Sacred. Amidst all the Hindu scholars, practitioners, and well-read uncles and aunties that I had encountered in my life up to that point, who, trust me, all had their own very strong opinions, I would never have imagined that a learned Muslim intellectual, Dr. Nasr, would be the one to provide me with the crucial keys to start to make sense of the Hindu tradition that I had grown up with. Now, just over 300 years prior to Dr. Nasr's Gifford lectures, the Indian Mughal prince Dar-e-Shikoh faced much the same task. In the prince's multiple efforts to interpret Hindu thought and to translate it into the Persian language, Dar-e-Shikoh also confronted the formidable challenge of rendering such fecund Hindu formulations into Islamic terms. We witness the fruit of his labors in texts such as the Sir-e-Akbar, or the Greatest Secret, the Dar-e-Shikoh commissioned translation of 50 Upanishads from Sanskrit into Persian. In my brief time remaining today, accordingly, and in homage to Knowledge in the Sacred's profound opening observation, which opened doors for me so, I will aim to give just the smallest of glimpses into the Persian renderings of Satchidananda wrought by Prince Dar-e-Shikoh and his translation team. More specifically, I turn to the Taittiriya Upanishad, to be found within the Sir-e-Akbar, an Upanishad that is among the central scriptural sources for the Hindu Satchidananda formulation, and just one textual site that exhibits this remarkable moment of interreligious encounter between the Hindu and Islamic sapiential traditions. So in the year 1657, Dar-e-Shikoh summoned a team of traditionally trained Sanskrit scholars from the Hindu holy city of Benares to assemble in Shah Jahanabad, Old Delhi. There, in Prince Dada's Nigambodh Palace, not far from the Yamuna River, they toiled collaboratively for 6 months to compose the Sir-e-Akbar, again, a translation of 50 Sanskrit Upanishads into the Persian language. In his introduction to the translation, Prince Dara presents the undertaking as a culmination of sorts in his lifelong pursuit of the innermost secrets of divine unity, Tawheed. Identifying the Upanishads with the mysterious hidden book, or Kitab Maknoon, mentioned in the Quran, the prince asserts the Upanishads to be in full consonance with the Quran, and that, as the Quranic verse suggests, the Quran is in fact contained within the Upanishads. Even further, the prince adds that, since all of God's revealed books proclaim the same truth in differing languages, each of the world's great scriptures may serve as mutual commentaries upon one another. I think of, for instance, the Persian commentary on the Tao Te Ching. With the Upanishads providing an especially potent hermeneutical key for interpreting the Quran, a means thus for the sincere truth seeker to plumb the deepest depths of divine unity. The Upanishads are, of course, the concluding portion of each of the 4 books of the Veda, the central scripture of Hinduism. The Taittiriya Upanishad is one such scripture, an Upanishad which provides some of the canonical Hindu vocabulary for inquiring into the nature and architecture of the human self. This Upanishad lays out a series of sequential selves, or layers of the self, from gross corporeal to increasingly subtle, which the Advaita Vedanta tradition designates as the self's various coverings, or sheaths, koshas. The Upanishad identifies 5 such selves, or self-sheaths, each layer ensconced successively within the layer prior, these being the selves consisting of 1, food, 2, life or vital breath, 3, mind, 4, discernment or knowledge, and 5, bliss. The word bliss, or ananda, is, of course, the same term that we encounter in the Satchidananda formulation. The Upanishad, however, offers its own adjacent expression, Satya Jnana Ananta, truth, knowledge, infinite, which the Hindu interpretive tradition would subsequently standardize and come to identify with the now customary variation, Satchidananda. On the Advaita Vedantan interpretation, being, consciousness, and bliss, or truth, knowledge, and infinitude, are a collective designation for the very nature or essence of ultimate reality, known as Brahman. So Dar-e-Shikoh and his translation team faced a challenging task in attempting to render this distinctive lexicon of the Taittiriya Upanishad into Persian. The term satya, or truth, is ably translated as haq, again, truth. Jnana, or knowledge, is translated as eine ilm, source or essence of knowledge, or even just knowledge itself. Ananta, or the infinite, meanwhile, is translated as bi nihayat, endless, or without limit. The translator's choices for construing the Upanishad's 5 ensconced layers of the self are rendered in ways alternately straightforward and intriguing. First, the self consisting of food. The Sanskrit term is anna, translated as the Persian ghaza, food. Second, the self consisting of life or vital breath, prana, is translated as hayat, life, or bad, wind. The self consisting of mind or heart, manas, is translated as del, heart. The self consisting of knowledge or discernment, vijnana, is translated as ilm betahqiq, knowledge through verification. And finally, the self consisting of bliss, ananda, is translated as surur, joy. Although the Upanishad does not itself utilize the language of sheaths or koshas in referring to these multiple ensconced selves, it seems that the Persian translators attempted to follow the Hindu Advaitin commentators in creatively incorporating such vocabulary into the Sere Akbar. The Upanishadic root text utilizes the Sanskrit suffix maya, meaning composed of, consisting of, full of, to formulate a series of characteristic Sanskrit expressions, namely the self composed of food, annamaya, the self consisting of life breath, pranamaya, and so forth and so on. Darshako and his team chose to render this Sanskrit suffix maya by the Persian term khizaneh, storehouse, treasury, repository, resulting in the expressions the storehouse of food, the storehouse of life breath, and so on. One might ask, and this is my concluding reflection, one might ask, why such an overwrought Persian translation for a comparatively straightforward Sanskrit suffix? Why does the simple Sanskrit expression, the self composed of food, need to become the rather clumsier Persian expression, the self that is the storehouse of food? The answer lies in the Hindu commentators' insertion of the polyvalent Sanskrit term kosha, which of course means sheath or covering, but also contains other meanings, including, like khizaneh, storeroom or treasury. An uncharitable reader might see in this a poor or even erroneous rendition. In the context of the Taittiriya commentaries, the most immediate denotation of kosha is clearly sheath, but the Persian term khizaneh utterly fails to convey this meaning and suggests that the translators simply misunderstood what the Sanskrit term kosha means here. A more generous reading, however, might instead see our translators as striving to capture some nuanced polyvalency, aiming to convey something of the literal sense of the Sanskrit suffix maya, full of, on the one hand, while trusting the context of the passage to impart the idea of the self's sheaths or layers on the other, whilst also capturing an additional connotation or resonance within the semantic range of kosha, the idea of a storehouse or treasury, all at the same time. At a more philosophical level, one might even posit a certain metaphysical affirmation on the part of the translators in their choice of the word khizaneh, which arguably manages to cast each layer of the self simultaneously as an occlusive covering on the one hand, but also a fertile repository of myriad distinct qualities and attributes particular to itself on the other. You may each judge for yourself which of these two accounts to favor through perusing my translation of these passages within Dr. Nasr's Festschrift, which is, of course, a far too small gesture to try to honor the good doctor who has singularly made so much of my work possible and to whom I and all of us owe so very much. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. It's a real honor to be here. In fact, I don't know if anyone has experienced feeling like a mouse in front of a mountain, but it's a daunting task. But thank you to Dr. Farfouri and everyone else for putting this conference together. And thank you most of all to Dr. Nasr. Like so many other people have said today, encountering your work 20 years ago changed my life. I was a Sanskritist and now really shaped what I've become in so many ways, including my study of Islam and Persian literature, my trip to Iran to study at the Academy of Philosophy that you founded and at your suggestion, my introduction to Sanai, who I work on, and so many other things besides. Thinking about my talk today, I've entitled it Rhapsodic Intellect, Seyyed Hossein Nasr as Adib. Now, I was thinking about today's talk, and I realized most people and most of the event would be naturally retrospective. but also thinking about Dr. Nasr's concept of tradition, his expression of tradition and knowledge and the sacred, which instead, rather than being the straw man that's sometimes made of it, actually is about something that resonates in the present and into the future in truth, goodness, and beauty. I wanted to reflect myself on some of the lessons from Dr. Nasr's works. It's impossible to try to emulate his output, as many others have said, but I wanted to distill a few points that I reflect on myself and try to hope to be able to inculcate. And as I did that, all of it came together around this concept of adab, which is in Arabic and all Islamic languages is a combination of ethics, comportment, and literature. Now, Seyyed Hossein Nasr is known to all of us first and foremost as a Hakim. If we were going to choose one Arabic word to express him, it would be Hakim, a philosopher sage. But I would also like to suggest that he's also an adib. And not only because, in addition to being a metaphysician, Dr. Nasr, of course, is also a poet. Now, the beauty of language in Dr. Nasr's prose, some of which has already been read, in fact, he explains to us, is not accidental. It has its roots in metaphysics. And I want to just read a passage from Islamic Art and Spirituality that makes clear how his logical pursuits are also combined with this expression of beauty and poetry. He writes, "That which encompasses both logic and poetry is the nature of ultimate reality, as revealed in various traditional metaphysical doctrines, according to which this reality is neither simply a logical abstraction, nor of a purely mathematical nature, nor is it devoid of the mathematical dimension. Rather, it is at once logical and poetic, mathematical and musical. God is at once the supreme geometer, and one might say musician and poet. A complete metaphysics must therefore possess at once logical and mathematical rigor on the one hand, and a poetical and musical aspect on the other. And in fact, one of the great metaphysical traditions of the Occident, the Pythagorean, has always emphasized this. It is because of the very nature of reality, and therefore of the metaphysical knowledge which is related to it, that in Oriental traditions, the most rigorous intellectual and metaphysical expositions have been expressed in either poetry or poetical language. And some of the most logical and systematic metaphysicians have also composed poetry. And I think this passage itself is a work of poetry in prose. It's a work of adab, of the refinement of language that reflects a deeper refinement that I'll speak about in a moment. So Dr. Nasr, his early education in adab, as Dr. Faghfouri has mentioned, started in childhood from his father, who he quotes as being his first teacher, who taught him large amounts of Persian literature and connected him to a tradition going back to Sa'adi and Jahiz and beyond, as well as teaching him the art of calligraphy or sending him to teachers to do so. But in addition to this remarkable knowledge of literature that Dr. Nasr possesses, we should reflect that adab is not just literature. In fact, adab is an entire ethos. Adab is in part a literary response to the human condition, a response to the human condition based on beauty and cultivation. And udaba throughout the ages have been marked by the universality of their interest. Really anything that is human is of interest to the udaba. And for those of us who've had a chance to discourse and ask questions from Dr. Nasr, we see this in his remarkable breadth of knowledge and interest in really all aspects of the human condition, and a just incredible knowledge of topics like geography, history, and politics that one doesn't expect from reading his metaphysical writings alone. So there's a universality to Dr. Nasr's interests, which I think deeply resonates with the tradition of adab in Islam. And like the udaba, and as many people have commented already, with Dr. Nasr, this is combined not only with seriousness, but with humor, with the ability to laugh at the foibles of the human condition, to make a joke of things, and to make light of what should be treated lightly. And there's many occasions in which I can think of stories of Dr. Nasr that we've been hearing about that are almost like a story from Golastan, in which a remarkable event is kind of encapsulated by one of his utterances that concludes it. Now, above all, adab is not just beauty of language and universality of interest, it's the cultivation of beauty of character. And as Dr. Nasr has advised several of us, the most important work of art is ourselves. And this is perhaps the most important thing that I've learned from him on this plane, that our lives themselves should be seen as a work of art in which we try to cultivate ihsan, beauty and excellence. And reflecting on this event today, it's really also seemed like we've been contemplating a really incredible work of art by contemplating Dr. Nasr's life. And in addition to being an adib, a literatus, Dr. Nasr is, of course, a mu'addib, someone who crafts other human beings, who guides them in their task of making their own lives beautiful. And so many people have spoken to that already. There's a kind of artist sense of proportions in really everything Dr. Nasr does, as I've seen him now over the last 2 decades in multiple contexts. You can learn things about life from the way he drinks tea, and I'm not actually joking. He attends, like the udaba, to all matters on their own level. This is over time been one of the most remarkable things that I've learned. Yes, there's the highest metaphysics in Knowledge and the Sacred, the Scientia Sacra chapter in the beginning of consciousness, these masterworks of metaphysics. So he has the loftiest of interests, but he also has attention to the smallest daily matters and really deals with everything on its own level in the correct proportions. And it's really striking to me, each person who comes to ask Dr. Nasr a question, he gives them just his entire attention, which is a really remarkable experience and is a prophetic character trait. So I'd like to close my brief remarks on this most loftiest but also most grounded of scholars, the Adib Seyyed Hossein Nasr, by just quoting a few lines from one of his poems, Sacred Mountain. O sacred mountain, in beholding thy sight, we are reminded of what we can be, of what we must be to be what we are, a bridge joining this lowly world of death to the eternal abode of immortal beatitude, to which we depart at this sojourn's end, having beheld thy sight and climbed thy peak, to rest in that tranquility sublime to which thou hast been our witness here on earth. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to echo the thanks that all the other esteemed panelists have given. To thank the organizers of the conference, as well as, most of all, Dr. Nasr, who's inspired us all. I'd like to begin with the story of how I first met Dr. Nasr. When my father was a professor here at GW, and Dr. Nasr came in 1984 when I was a sophomore here, and my father attended one of his lectures because he was a university professor, not just a professor at the university. And so my father came home excitedly that day saying, Walid, I've just met the most brilliant scholar I've ever seen in my life, which was a big statement from my father, and you have to take classes with him. And I said, Hadr, which means yes, sir. And I proceeded to sign up for Dr. Nasr's first course here, Introduction to Islam. And needless to say, I was just blown away by him and fell in love with him at the very beginning. And my father also brought home a copy of Knowledge and the Sacred. And I started reading it right away. And I looked at the first sentence and thought, you know, I understand most of the words individually in this sentence, but how they all fit together, I'm not quite sure. I didn't understand that. But the 10% of the book that I did understand was golden. And so I proceeded to take, I wanted to take more classes with Dr. Nasr. And when I did, I came back to Knowledge in the Sacred, and this time I read it, and it was an experience as if I was reading a whole new book. And my comprehension level jumped to 30%. Then I took more classes with Dr. Nasr and read the book a third time, once again feeling as if I was reading a whole new book, and it jumped to 50%. And then finally I read it a fourth time, and this time I felt like I really understood what was the whole of the book. Maybe I should read it a fifth time just to make sure. And so, returning to the first course on Introduction to Islam, it was the first time that I heard there was such thing as Islamic physics, not just Muslims who do physics. And I was familiar before with the transmitted sciences in Islam, like Islamic law, Islamic history, and so forth, Arabic grammar, all of which we can accept on the authority of the person who's teaching us. But I had not heard of the intellectual sciences until I met Dr. Nasr, Islamic cosmology, Islamic medicine, and so forth. And in those sciences, we have to understand why the assertions are true or false. And so we can't accept them just on the basis of authority. So they're intellectual sciences. Now, as an economics major at the time, which I'll have to justify in a moment, I intuitively felt that all of this had to have enormous implications for economic theory and practice. I didn't understand exactly why, but I just knew that if there was such a thing as Islamic physics and Islamic technology, that has to transform Islamic economics. And to justify why I was an economics major, I was born in Egypt. And my parents are Egyptian, and my family is from Egypt. And so when I returned to Egypt during the summers, I found that there was a great deal of poverty. And I knew that we had many doctors and engineers in the family, but apparently we didn't have enough economists. And so I thought economics, because there was so much poverty. And so I thought economics, development economics, would be the best way for me to make some kind of contribution. And fortunately, my parents didn't push me into medicine or engineering, and so no offense to any engineers or doctors in the audience. And so I set out to discover what Islamic economics really is. And the more I read Knowledge in the Sacred, the more relevant I realized that it was to Islamic economics. Now, obviously, Knowledge in the Sacred is not a book about Islamic economics, and I'm sure Dr. Nasr would shudder at the thought of being remotely identified with economics in any way, Islamic economics. But because he's first and foremost a philosopher in the original sense of the term, a hakim, as Dr. Boylston mentioned. But he provides the philosophical principles of Islamic economics and many other principles, sciences, disciplines in Knowledge and the Sacred, with which to derive Islamic economic theory and practice. So allow me to give an example of that. Dr. Nasr explains in Knowledge in the Sacred that as human beings, we find resonance and inner resonance with beauty, for it reminds us of our celestial origin, that origin whose memory we carry deep within our being and in which we recognize our true nature. So the beauty of God that a symbol reflects also leads back to him. Beauty is thus an essential part of what it means to be human, just as the act of making things must fulfill a basic human need. The things produced, even those that are purely functional, should have an aspect of symbolism and beauty. Beauty in itself is useful in the deepest sense. And of course, all of you are familiar with, for those of you who are familiar with this, you'll know that this is pretty much either a verbatim quote of Dr. Nasr or the other part is paraphrasing of Dr. Nasr. And so the implications of our need for beauty has enormous importance for economics because it implies that the spread of industrial and post-industrial market norms have generally made work cease to be beautiful. And the opposite of that is what you might call holistic work that is spiritually, psychologically, and materially efficacious. And this loss of sacred work or holistic work has sown the seeds of dissatisfaction. the underlying cause of many of the national and international social and economic problems of today. The most notable of which is the environmental crisis, which Dr. Nasr identified the roots of in a truncated scientistic, not scientific, worldview over 60 years ago. The opposite of holistic work, which fulfills this hierarchy of needs, is what you might call deformed work, or work that is materially efficacious in the short to medium term, not the long term because of the environmental crisis, while sacrificing beauty and therefore our spiritual and psychological needs. In short, it separates who we are from how we make, as Dr. Nasr asserts. Now, without this distinction between holistic and deformed work, which the Islamic literature on Islamic economics fails to make, we undermine our ability to do three things. First of all, distinguish between an Islamic economy on one hand and industrial capitalism and socialism on the other. Two, critique industrial capitalism and socialism from an Islamic perspective, particularly regarding the environmental crisis, because we haven't properly defined an Islamic economy in the first place. And three, draw the devastating implications of all this for modern mainstream economic theory. So there's a domino effect if we fail to distinguish between holistic and deformed work, which Dr. Nasr addresses in Knowledge and the Sacred without using those exact terms. But if we get what an Islamic economy is right, then everything else follows from that. Dr. Nasr is very explicit on the first point regarding the nature of an Islamic economy based on holistic work, which I learned by reading Knowledge and the Sacred. On the second point regarding the critique of industrial capitalism and communism, his critique is both explicit and implicit. On the critique of modern mainstream or neoclassical economic theory, he's mostly implicit, and allow me to give an example of the second and third points. Regarding the second point, he explicitly critiques the unsustainability of industrial capitalism and communism based on deformed work, once again without necessarily using that term, driven by a truncated worldview generating the environmental crisis. And he implicitly critiques the role of special interest groups that compound market failure with regard to the environmental crisis with government failure to pass legislation to address it. Regarding the third point on economic theory, his vision explicitly challenges the mainstream economic argument that modern society is made up of two spheres: an economic sphere of individual initiative and interaction governed by impersonal laws that assure a beneficent outcome by the pursuit of self-interest, and the rest of social life, including political, religious, and moral interactions that require the conscious balancing of self-interest with social considerations. This is sometimes called the separate domain argument, since economic activity is regarded as the sphere separated from the rest of social life. Now, according to this view, the market is amoral opposed to immoral. But Dr. Nasr counters that economics was never a separate domain in Islamic society. He states, the area or activity known as economics as we understand it today was never isolated by itself in Islamic society. It was always combined with ethics, which is broadly defined to include aesthetics and thus holistic work, and was seen as an organic part of the life of human beings, all of which should be dominated by ethical and, by extension, aesthetic principles. That is why the very acceptance of economics as an independent domain, not to speak of as the dominating factor in life according to the prevailing paradigms in the modern world, is devastating to the Islamic view of human life, unquote. Accordingly, there was no discipline of Islamic economics in the modern sense in the traditional Islamic world, despite tremendous economic activity. And the separate domain argument doesn't even apply to industrial capitalism or communism because of the environmental crisis. Therefore, economics is fatally flawed, and the separate domain argument, or lack thereof, is thus a central tenet distinguishing modern from Islamic economic theory. From this perspective, modern economic thought is not universal across historical, geographic, and cultural boundaries, since traditional Islamic markets were deeply embedded in spiritually significant non-market institutions, and in this manner achieved socioeconomic equilibrium and environmental sustainability. Implicit in his critique of economic theory is that the analytical tools of economic theory are internally inconsistent. So we don't have time to go into that, but it basically provides a thorough critique of modern mainstream economic theory. But because Dr. Nasr articulates elements of these profound arguments in philosophical terms of a holistic worldview with which many economists are not familiar, and since different parts of these arguments are found in various writings that don't always explicitly draw their implications for economics, few economists recognize or understand their implications for economic theory and practice. And so it's our job to attempt to integrate the essential elements of Dr. Nasr's thought on economics in his profound and voluminous writings to advance the discourse and the discipline, bringing to bear the full resources of the Islamic intellectual heritage for which he is renowned. And I'd be remiss if I didn't conclude with the point that I teach Introduction to Islam and Religion and Science and Islamic Philosophy and Theology and so forth, other courses that Dr. Nasr has taught at Xavier University. And what I've done is transcribed his lectures on those topics, and I read them verbatim. That's the secret to my success. So I'd like to thank finally Dr. Nasr for saving me from becoming an economist and basically saving me intellectually and spiritually, for which I'll be forever grateful. Barakallahu feek, Dr. Nasr.
Greetings, Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr is rightly considered a pioneer and leading light, as many people have already pointed out, on numerous topics related to the study of Islam in particular and religion in general, such as the environmental crisis, later Islamic philosophy, Sufism, his wide-ranging critiques of modern thought, and so much more. What I would like to briefly highlight today is one area in which I believe his contribution is monumental, but sometimes, or perhaps not as often, acknowledged. And this is Dr. Nasr's groundbreaking definition of Islam and his approach to what constitutes Islam and the Islamic tradition. I would argue that Dr. Nasr's understanding of Islam is perhaps the most comprehensive, expansive, and all-encompassing intellectual and cultural vision of Islam and the Islamic tradition that's ever been posited. Let me explain. So prior to Dr. Nasr's work, there were two, at least in mainstream, 2 or 3 prevalent approaches to what constituted Islam. On the one hand, you had Western scholarship, rooted in an Orientalist paradigm that often used a modern and Christian lens to approach Islam, valorizing a purported golden age of Islam from which Muslims have been in perpetual decline since, and thereby enshrining classical Sunni, legalist, Ash'ari, and Arab expressions of Islam as uniquely, quote-unquote, orthodox. Whatever fell outside the scope of that was suspect, perhaps heterodox, and not true Islam, but rather a borrowing from or reliance on non-Islamic sources. So for Shiism, Sufism, Islamic philosophy, many of the arts of the Islamic world, variant theological schools, diverse cultural expressions among Muslims, Persian, African, South and Southeast Asian Muslim traditions, and much more, were all thus relegated in this Orientalist perspective to either heterodoxy or at best seen as peripheral to what Islam was really about. Some more recent Western perspectives in reaction have gone the other way, in positing that there is no Islam due to this diversity of interpretations, but rather socially and historically constructed Islams. On the other hand, not only in the modern period, but throughout Muslim history, Muslim scholars and intellectuals had understandably approached Islam, with few exceptions, from a particular vantage point, belonging to one of the branches of Islam, say Sunni or Shia, and particular legal, theological, or mystical schools within that branch that they identified with. Thus, in both the Western and Muslim cases, Islam was defined in a way that only conformed to a particular and distinct understanding and approach to Islam, and that often excluded all or most other interpretations and understandings of Islam. It is this limitative perspective that Dr. Nasr's vision of Islam and the Islamic tradition offers a corrective to, not by denying these particular perspectives, but by showing that all of them participate in a broader understanding of what Islam is, metaphysically, cosmologically, intellectually, spiritually, and historically. I do not have time to get into depth here on all those dimensions, so I'll try to summarize some of them very briefly. Metaphysically, Islam can be said to be an expression of the prophetic reality at the deepest level, Haqiqat al-Muhammadiyya. The unity of God, the chief principle of Islam, is reflected in differentiated mode in the Muhammadan reality from which issues forth all that can be termed Islamic. In this sense, every perspective within Islamic civilization that links to that reality is part of Islam. Cosmologically, Dr. Nasr's work posits the reality of the idea of Islam as generative of and manifest in Islamic civilization. Islam, then, is not just the various disciplines developed by Muslim scholars, although these lie at the heart of Islamic civilization, but the total development of traditional Islamic civilization in all its multifarious facets, from religious sciences to the intellectual sciences, to art, literature, social institutions and relationships, to ethics, to economics, and so on. More specifically, Islamic civilization is a quote-unquote cosmos of its own, a reality that is not confined to the material level, but is the application of a presiding idea, in Dr. Nasr's word, which is rooted in revelation. I'll quote from Dr. Nasr, quote, manifests itself everywhere in social life as well as in the cosmos in which that civilization lives and breathes, end quote. Here we also see Dr. Nasr's understanding of Islam as a unitary reality, intellectually, in which all aspects of its traditional civilization, as well as its myriad interpretations, are rooted in revelation, explicitly or implicitly, outwardly or inwardly. Closely tied to the cosmological understanding of Islam is the spiritual understanding of Islam. In this, Islam is not just a religion, but a spiritual reality, rooted in the divine reality, and manifest in his words, the Quran, in the prophetic reality, and in the spiritual currents, wilaya, that have issued forth from the divine and prophetic realities, that collectively have given life to a shared spiritual reality or cosmos that Muslims dwell in and draw upon spiritually. Finally, Dr. Nasr also pays close attention to Islam and the Islamic tradition as a historical reality. Here, the Islamic tradition is like the trunk of a tree with its roots in revelation and its branches, so many extensions and applications of the truths stemming from that revelation in all aspects of the life of Islamic civilization. This is a history rooted in and consistently connected with revelation, not a secular history with horizontal causes and consequences. To sum all of this up in simple terms, Dr. Nasr's definition of Islam accommodates any interpretation of or expression of Islam that is in conformity with the principles of the Islamic revelation, namely the oneness of God and prophecy, so that all the varieties of and interpretations of Islam across space and time are Islam. Islam is a unity, and its diverse expressions are a diversity in that unity, like a Persian medallion carpet, an example that Dr. Nasr has given of this diversity and unity. No limitative perspective, scriptural, legal, theological, sectarian, thus has a monopoly on Islam. Furthermore, Islam is a living reality that did not peak in a classical golden age and has been declining ever since, but a continuous and continuing expression of the implications of the divine revelation. And that has continued to produce remarkable intellectual, spiritual, and artistic traditions, and individuals who embody them to this day. Dr. Nasr himself, of course, being the most striking and towering example of this in our own time. That Islamic principles can be applied across so many domains is evident in his scholarship. He has written on subjects ranging from the unity of being, wahdat al-wujud, to work ethics, and so much more than many people have brought out today. I remember once after class, I asked Dr. Nasr what he was going to do next. He said something to the effect that I might find it amusing that he would now be going to give a talk on pottery. right? So how many Islamic scholars today can equally speak on God and metaphysics, on modern science, and on pottery? Not to mention all the other diverse subjects that Dr. Nasr has spoken on. This vision of Islam that he has laid out in his works and his own self lends itself to this expansive possibility. As a student of Dr. Nasr, I have benefited tremendously from this expansive understanding of the Islamic tradition, having discovered my own academic specialty largely through Dr. Nasr's in-class comments and his fantastic footnotes. I was actually going to do a talk on his footnotes, but that's not maybe it. About the breadth of Islamic traditions that have not yet been studied, right? Especially due to the focus of Western scholars on only certain kinds of Islamic traditions. In my case, he helped me discover there was a rich Islamic intellectual and philosophical tradition in South Asia, on which scarcely anyone had written, and that it had flourished into recent or into modern times. But Dr. Nasr's influence on me lies well beyond just my scholarly inclinations. When I first encountered the works of Dr. Nasr as an undergraduate international student who'd come to the US from Pakistan to study, I was going through a serious intellectual crisis, actually lots of different kinds of crises, but I'll mention one of them. Trying to understand what Islam was, and therefore how to follow it. I was always a reader and a bit independent-minded, so I didn't really ask anybody about what Islam was all about. I would just go to the Islam section at the University of Delaware Library, where I studied as an undergraduate, and checked out any book that caught my fancy on the Islam section. So one day, I was reading Maududi, the next day I was reading Ibn Arabi, the next day I was reading some Orientalist, then maybe a Hadith collection, then a Muslim modernist, followed by Rumi, then Qutb, and so on. So some of these interpretations of Islam seem more intriguing than others. But what I also noticed was that sometimes they seemed utterly incongruous. It was only the works of Dr. Nasr which I found in that same library. And eventually, then coming and seeing him at GW, that gave me a roadmap on how to navigate the whole scene, all these different perspectives, and put each of the pieces in their rightful places, without having to reject all that I resonated with in favor of one particular or specific interpretation of Islam. This newfound sense of clarity was among the reasons eventually prompting me to call Dr. Nasr from my dorm room, who amazingly called me back 10 minutes later. And it's very intimidating for a college student who's 20 years old to I pick up the voice. This is Seyyed Hossein Nasr, So I think I had left him a note, a voice note, and I just repeated that voice note. And all he said was, "I agree to see you." And so, and then my destiny was set. So I went to see him. Took a 4 a.m. Train from Delaware to Washington D.C. to meet him in his office, and from there, my journey of being his lifelong student began. I was doing a business administration degree at that time. And, Asian parents usually don't send their kids to America to study, religion, Islam. So, but after a couple of meetings, I had dropped my business degree, switched over to philosophy, literature, and religious studies, and followed up by the extraordinary privilege of studying directly with Dr. Nasr for my MA and later for my PhD. My father, God rest his soul, was not initially happy about this, as you can, but gradually came to accept it. And I think one of the reasons was actually meeting Dr. Nasr, right? And I know this from my father was a simple man, but he had a little bit of discernment of people, and so. He immediately recognized after meeting Dr. Nasr, he told me immediately, this is a very remarkable man, or something to that effect. But more interestingly than that, every time I would introduce my father in later years to other professors, I studied at Duke for a while, then at Georgetown. After he'd met them, he'd come home, look disappointedly, remark afterwards, that professor was not like Dr. Nasr. So I want to offer my profound thanks, as we all do, to Dr. Nasr for guiding me in my spiritual and intellectual journey, which came out of his remarkable journey that we've all been talking about, and that that has guided so many of us. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the All-Compassionate. As Dr. Grady Lovelace had said, Dr. Nasr is both timely and timeless. He responds to the environmental crisis before anyone else, and to modernism, to fundamentalism, and all sorts of issues. Clearly, his message is timely. His presence is timely, and he is also timeless. You read knowledge in the sacred. It is not any academic book. Any book. It is not any academic book. There is always something of truth with a capital T in it. There's always something timeless about it. There's, in Islamic teachings, there are different ways of knowing, different degrees of knowing. You could hear about something, you could see something, and then the highest is that you become that thing. There's union with that thing. The way I tell my students is in classes, I use the example of, say, a mango. You hear about a mango, you know something about it. You see a mango, but how do you explain the taste of a mango? Or coffee? Coffee tastes like ash. Why do people drink it? It's like, how do you know what coffee tastes like? You have to taste it yourself. And the same with Dr. Nasr when it comes to wisdom. He hasn't just studied wisdom. He embodies it. And thus, there's something timeless about Dr. Nasr. And trying to figure out what to say about Dr. Nasr is an exercise in apophatic thinking. Many of you might know the word apophatic, but for those of you who do not, in general, there are two kinds of theology. One is cataphatic theology, in which you can describe God. God is loving. God is just. God is the king. And opposite to that is apophatic theology. The only thing you can say is that God is beyond description. You can't describe God. Whatever you say of God, God is beyond that. And trying to figure out what to say about Dr. Nasr, and as I said, it's an apophatic process. It's like whatever I say is not enough. It's not just like it's more than that. How can I do justice to this moment that I have before him, speaking in front of all these people? But there is also a blessing in cataphatic theology, in that it allows one to express devotion to the divine, and there is truth in it. God is infinite, which is to say that he encompasses that truth that is said cataphatically. So in an exercise in cataphatic speech, let me say a few words about Dr. Nasr. If I were to describe Dr. Nasr in one word, I would say that he is a man of excellence. And that is the title to which I have given these notes, Man of Excellence, underlined. And to convey this to you, I wish to bring to your attention to a game that a number of students that Dr. Nasr have put together. I did not make this game up, but I soon started playing it myself. There's a beer commercial, sorry, but this is the polar opposite place of where Dr. Nasr is. But there's a beer commercial, or a series of beer commercials. I don't know the name of the company, but that makes the beverage. But this series of beer commercials has as its recurring character, its featured character, the most interesting man in the world. And the character is like dives off a cliff that's a mile high into the ocean for diving, for some weekend swimming, and does surgery on himself, like with the doctor watching, and things like that. And then here's the point that's relevant. He ends every commercial by saying, "I do not usually drink beer. But when I do, I prefer," and whatever the name of the beer is. I do not usually drink beer, but when I do, I prefer this beer. And so a number of students of Dr. Nasr have put together this game, inspired by this series of commercials. I play it oftentimes with Mrs. Seyyed, Shabnam Seyyed, Seyyed, Shabnam Seyyed. We like to play this game together. And let me to convey just how Dr. Nasr is a man of excellence, let me play this game with you or before you. So, in the voice of Dr. Nasr, I do not participate in politics, but when I do, the Shah asks me to be the Prime Minister of Iran. I certainly do not participate in American politics, but when I do, I'm invited to the White House to have dinner with President Bush, and I stop him from attacking Iran, starting a war with Iran. To his surprise, I discuss the environment with him. We take pictures together, and the session ends with him calling out to me loudly, "Buddy, that's my buddy." Yes. I do not play sports professionally, but when I do, I'm the captain of the squash team at MIT. I am not a Quranic scholar, but when I am the editor-in-chief of the Study Quran. I do not participate in European higher education, but when I do, I am awarded in Sweden the highest honorary degree of the country, conferred to me by the King of Sweden himself, in the company of other heads of state, the King of Norway, the Queen of Denmark, and the President of Finland. I do not speak German, but when I do, I'm asked to deliver a lecture in German about my own philosophy to the elite in Austria. The examples are very, very many, and it's a game that I've seen Dr. Nasr's students love to play. It points obviously towards Dr. Nasr's excellence. He's just an excellent human being, so to speak. Like he's just a person of excellence. But to understand Dr. Nasr better, if I may say, cataphatically, it's not enough just to say excellence. Rather, Dr. Nasr is excellent and strives for excellence, insofar as this is not just effortless for him, strives for excellence in important things. Excellence in important things. And the most important of all is religion. There's nothing else that is important. And that is where Dr. Nasr channels his excellence. He is excellent in the most important things, especially in religion. And in religion, excellence is a virtue. In the Islamic world, it is the height of virtue, in Arabic translating to ihsan. And so you see it, Seyyed Hossein Nasr very much is an embodiment of ihsan. And you see it in his books. If I had time, I'd play another game before you. This is a game I play in my mind oftentimes. I've done it countless times. If I were to preserve 10 books of Dr. Nasr for all of time, what books would they be? Knowledge in the Sacred, and Garden of Truth, the Gulshan-i-Raz, and always, every single time, I reach 10 and I think of another book, and I say, all right, the 12 for the 12 imams. And I'm Sunni, but I'll just use it. I just want any excuse to increase the number. And then I say, then I think of something 14 for the ma'sumin, 14 ma'sumin, and then this is all just to point in the direction of Dr. Nasr's excellence and the most important thing of all, orientation towards the sacred and knowledge of the sacred. In fact, the book, Knowledge in the Sacred, is so timely that another student of Dr. Nasr, who's a professor at another university, half joked, that in the same way that we have Bibles in hotels around the world, in the drawers of hotels, we should start, because knowledge in the sacred is so appropriate to responding to the modern world, we should just start putting knowledge in the sacred in drawers in hotels around the world. Now, just wish to wrap up by returning to the word apophatic, a word with which I started. The reason that a man can be beyond description, a human being can be beyond description, is because man is made in the image of God. God is beyond description. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Literally, God is beyond description. And made in his image, there is the possibility for man to be beyond description. Especially saints and sages. To find somebody who's truly beyond description is itself proof of what has made that person obviously what he is. And in that sense, Dr. Nasr's proof of tradition, that it works. This is somebody who has oriented himself fully to tradition, not halfway, and not the poor mistakes that people make of what tradition is not even worth commenting on. But truly conforms himself to tradition, which is the orientation towards the sacred. Every aspect of life, not just one category, not just the realm of ethics and belief and prayer, but all of life to the sacred. And you see what it has made. So he is proof of tradition, that it works. And thus he is also proof, to me he is proof, having met Dr. Nasr, I believe with more certainty that Ibn Arabi existed, that Rumi existed, to have met a person of such excellence. And I shall finally say that in that sense, Dr. Nasr, being beyond description, is himself Hujjatullah, if I may say, a proof of God, proof of tradition and a proof of God, which is to say that the excellence of Seyyed Hossein Nasr is proof of the transcendence of God. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much. So much gratitude to these panelists, these fascinating remarks, and to all of the panels that we've had thus far. As you can see, there's so much to remark upon regarding this remarkable journey. Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr has left his mark, his monumental mark, on fields and subjects across academia and so far beyond. I also want to welcome Mrs. Nasr, who's joined us, and extend our esteem and respect and gratitude to all of Professor Nasr's family. A round of applause. And I think now we will turn to another bouquet of testimonials for Professor Nasr, this time from scholars from afar via the projection. So thank you.
الرحمن الرحیم. برای بنده بسیار موجب افتخار است که در جشنی که برای بزرگداشت استاد عزیز ما دکتر نصر که دانشمند جهان اسلام و دانشمند بزرگ جهان هست شرکت میکنم. بنده برای اولین بار ایشان رو در دانشگاه بیروت دیدم وقتی که رشته فلسفه رو انتخاب کرده بودم و واقعا از لحاظ فکری به بنبست رسیده بودم که ناگهان ایشان تشریف آوردن و بنده در هم سخنرانی‌های ایشان و هم چند کلاس ایشان شرکت کردم و خیلی خیلی معنویت ایشان و علم ایشان فوق‌العاده در بنده تاثیر کرد و باعث شد که به ایران بیام و رشته فوق لیسانس و دکترا را با ایشان بگذارم. ایشان واقعا هم از لحاظ معنوی، هدایت معنوی و هدایت علمی حق بسیار بسیار بزرگی به من دارند و من مدیون ایشان هستم. علاوه بر این من 3 کتاب بسیار مهمی که در عمرم نوشتم همونهایی است که در زمان ایشان در واقع به تشویق ایشان نوشتم و ایشان چاپ کردن و همچنین چند مقاله و واقعا ایشان از لحاظ هم علمی و هم معنوی الهی یک حق بسیار بزرگی بر بنده و بسیاری از شاگردان ایرانی و خارجی و آمریکایی و کشورهای دیگه دارند. بنده البته خاطرات بسیار زیاد دارم که در این وقت کنجک نمی گنجد. این افتخار رو داشتیم که ما روزهای جمعه هم به کوهنوردی می‌گرفتیم. یه خاطره که از ایشان دارم این است که به اصطلاح بعد از رفتن ایران خیلی ایشان بالاخره رنج کشیدن. خب سن 44 ساله بود، هر چی داشته در ایران ترک کردن و خیلی مصائبی رو متولی الان که یاد میارن با یه خنده این رو ذکر میکنن. یعنی این دلیل بر واقعا عظمت معنوی ایشانه. ما همیشه واقعا راهنمای ما بودن و از ایشان درس گرفتیم، هم در هدایت علمی و هم در هدایت الهی و آشنایی با معارف اسلامی و الهی. بنده بار دیگه تشکر میکنم از برپایی این جشن بسیار بزرگ.
Me, Mahmoud Jehaj from Bosnia. Cordial greetings to Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr. It is my honor to express great respect. We in Bosnia, Bosnian Muslims exposed to different forms of oppression, of nationalism, fundamentalism, and atheism, had during many years, Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr, with his books and writings, a kind of refuge, kind of support. And great part of us who were trying to survive as Muslims had him as a friend, teacher, and with pleasure, I would like to ask Almighty God to support him, to give him beautiful years together with us and in our memory. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you. In the fall semester of 1981-1982, I registered for my first semester courses at the Department of Religion, Temple University, as part of the department's regulations for the PhD degree. One of the 3 courses I registered for was on Sufism, taught by Professor Nasr. This historic class, 44 years ago, provided me with the opportunity to meet Professor Nasr face to face for the first time in my life. Intellectually, I've met him 10 years earlier through several of his writings when I was a master's student in mathematics at the University of London. There and then, I was already intellectually converted to Professor Nasr's philosophical and spiritual perspectives. For this reason, I decided to go to Temple for my PhD after learning that Professor Nasr had just moved there soon after his exile in the United States. It was a decision that changed my whole life forever. After my first semester class with him, I took all the classes he subsequently taught at Temple. I expressed my wish to him that I wanted him to be my doctoral supervisor. He kindly agreed to my request, which made me extremely happy. My close association with Professor Nasr as a student brought me intellectually closer to him. Not only that, that association opened for me doors to the Islamic spiritual treasury, for which I will always be thankful to God and to Professor Nasr himself, whom he has chosen to be my intellectual and spiritual guide. When Professor Nasr moved in 1984 to George Washington University, I followed him there to complete my thesis writing under his supervision. He is a very generous person. I cannot forget the invaluable help that he extended to me during this difficult and challenging period of my thesis writing, facing as I was then with financial constraints to support my family. Seeing my difficulty, Professor Nasr graciously appointed me as his teaching assistant at George Washington University. This appointment enabled me to complete my thesis and obtain a PhD from Temple. My postdoctoral association with Professor Nasr started from the day I earned my doctorate, which continues to this day. He has been a constant source of encouragement to my academic and spiritual life and works during the last 4 decades. He encouraged me to publish my doctoral thesis, which I did. He wrote a generous foreword to the book. As it turned out, beyond my expectations, the book leaves a considerable intellectual impact on the global Muslim academia. I know that the book's association with Professor Nasr Salim was a major contributory factor to its success. I view this book, titled Classification of Knowledge in Islam, as the best I've ever written. This book is also a testimony to the best times in my intellectual association with Professor Nasr. It is difficult to accept the fact that Professor Nasr has retired from teaching. When people from all over the world ask me in recent years, how is Professor Nasr and whether he's still teaching, I answered, he's well and still teaching. He is professor for life. It is true that Professor Nasr has officially retired from teaching at George Washington University, but to many people, including myself, he's still a teacher whom we call Professor Nasr. May God bless you, Professor Nasr, with long life and good health.
The first time I heard the voice of Professor Nasr was, I think, in 1979, while I was a student in France. There was a program on Sufism on the French National Cultural Radio, Radio France. I happened to, quite unexpectedly, to hear this program. Professor Nasr was giving an interview with Philippe Nemo on Sufism in beautiful French. Philippe Nemo sounded very interested in the topic and prodded Professor Nasr with interesting questions. And at some point, Nemo said, Professor Nasr, you speak with authority about Sufism, but yourself, are you a Sufi master? There were a few seconds of silence, and then Professor Nasr responded, this is not a question one answers on the radio. I was struck by the spiritual discretion of the answer, and it took me many years to understand also the few seconds of silence. One of the most striking qualities of Professor Nasr is his trusting generosity and his ability to put people on their way, so to speak. In the 1990s, Professor Nasr was invited to speak at Notre Dame in the context of a conference in honor of Louis Massignon, whom he had met personally. For some reason, Professor Nasr was not available, and he kindly asked me to go to Notre Dame and deliver a paper on Massignon. I must say that at the time, I felt my only qualification to speak on Massignon was the fact that I was French. I had read very little about Massignon as a student, and to tell the truth, I had never felt much attraction toward his work. However, this opportunity provided by Professor Nasr completely changed my view. It actually put me on the way to delve deep into Massignon's works and actually to publish a monograph, Massignon Intérieur, which was also translated later on into English. So I wish Professor Nasr a very blessed retirement, although I know his students will miss him very much. But I also know that a scholar of his caliber can never really, truly retire. For his life, indeed, is and has been a gift of self. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should also thank Professor Faghfouri for his gracious invitation to speak on this auspicious occasion. Over the course of his distinguished career, Professor Nasr has made significant contributions to the study of Persian intellectual traditions and to elucidate them among wider audiences, both within Iran and indeed internationally. His scholarly output spans a remarkably broad range of subjects, including history of science, mysticism and philosophy, and extends across a long historical time frame, from the classical era to the early modern and contemporary periods. The intellectual trajectory embodied in Professor Nasr's work has been reflected in many ways in the mission and activities of the Iranian Institute of Philosophy since its establishment in the early 1970s, a legacy that continues to the present day. My earliest recollections of Professor Nasr, owing to our family connections, dates back to the mid-1960s, during a summer holiday when our families were vacationing at a Caspian resort near Chalus. Throughout our stay, I observed him each morning seated on the balcony adjacent to his room, concentrating on what appeared to be a substantial set of manuscript proofs. Even at that young age, I was very impressed by his scholarly dedication and discipline. Several years later, in 1971, during my freshman year at the School of Law and Political Science at Tehran University, I attended a seminar held at the Faculty of Literature and Humanities, where Professor Nasr was hosting Professor Henri Cauvin. If my memory serves me correctly, he was simultaneously providing translation for a packed seminar room. Although at the time I could not fully comprehend the depth of the discussions, the intellectual intensity of the occasion left a lasting impression on me. In later years, after completing my doctoral work in the United Kingdom and relocating to the United States, I had the privilege of engaging with Professor Nasr on several academic occasions. Among the most memorable was the pleasure of hosting him in San Diego in 1995 to speak at one of the prestigious Berk lecture series on religion and society. On that occasion, he addressed a full auditorium on the topic of Islam and the dialogue between Abrahamic faiths. In 2001, I was honored to present at a conference held in George Washington University in recognition of his contributions to the study of religion and intellectual history. Throughout his extensive body of work, both published and oral, in Persian as well as in English, Professor Nasr has continuously demonstrated an exemplary eloquence and intellectual richness, delivered with a seemingly effortless ease that is almost impossible to replicate. In the words of a well-known Persian expression, his eloquence is sahl mumtane', simple in appearance, yet impossible to imitate. Moreover, Professor Nasr has shown this valuable quality not only in his scholarship, but also in institutional leadership. Such accomplishments require far more than managerial skills. They demand a unique capacity and acumen to inspire confidence and to sustain it over time, particularly within the academic world, where skepticism is often the prevailing norm. It is therefore an honor for me to join in celebrating a lifetime of intellectual achievement, I extend my heartfelt wishes to Professor Nasr for continued health, creativity, and scholarly contributions in many years to come. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم و به نستعین. سلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. دانشوران گرامی، سروران، بانوان و مهتران ارجمند، عنوان برگزیده برای این سخن کوتاه هنر سید حسین نصر است که در زبان پارسی معنایی ژرف را باز می‌گوید. در ادبیات پارسی هنر وصف و نعت انسانی است که خرد بر همه هستیش حاکم و بر اساس آن فضایل در وجود او متجلی شده و به کمال رسیده باشد. به راستی تنها خرد است که موجب پدیداری راستی و نیکی و زیبایی در جهان و در جان آدمی می‌گردد. لیک این خرد را نباید به خرد شمارشگری که حکمای مسیحی آن را رتیو و هیربدان آیین مزدیسنا گوش سروت خرد می‌خواندند فرو کاست. این خرد در حقیقت خردی آسمانی است که حکمای مسیحی آن را اینتלקتوس و رایمردان آیین مزدیسنا آن را آسن خرد یا مینوی خرد می‌خواندند که عطای خاص یزدان پاک به مردمان است و چیرگی آن بر هستی مردمان به دیشان فره ایزدی می‌بخشد. با این فره است که شاهان به اکمال نفوس مردمان می‌پردازند و روشنایی و خرد و گرمای مهر و پاکی آتش را به دیشان می‌بخشند. با همین فره است که پیشوران و هنروران به اکمال ماده می‌پردازند و با کیمیای خرد خاک را به زر بدل می‌کنند. هنگامی که از هنر سید حسین نصر سخن می‌گوییم مراد پیر کاملی است که مکمل نیز هست و هر آنچه از نزد آن بزرگ افاده و افاضه می‌شود موجب اکمال نفوس پیروان ایشان می‌گردد. این همان معنای فره کیانی در ادبیات مزدیسناست که بدان شاهان نفوس بندگان را به اکمال می‌رسانند و ایشان را از تنگنای هستومندی گیتی می‌رهانند و به تعبیر حضرت مولانا بدان سوی رهنمون می‌نمایند. از این حیث سعدی همی گوید از نفس پرور هنروری نیاید و بی هنر سروری را نشاید. لذا خطاب به سرور عزیزم جناب آقای دکتر سید حسین نصر عرض می کنم چو جرم شمس همه عنصر تو از نور است، چو ذات عقل همه جوهر تو از هنر است. این نقل قولی است از درة التاج قطب الدین شیرازی. برای وجود آن دانشمند فرهیخته و هنرمند فرهمند و یگانه دوام افاضه علم بر دانشجویان و تابش مهر رخشان بر مهرورزانشان را خواهانیم، چون شایسته است به تأسی از حضرت مولی الموحدین علیه السلام معلم را بندگی کنیم. پس به نشان احترام و تعظیم در برابر هستی بخششان سر فرود می آوریم. با ارادت در پناه خدا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I want to apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I'm delighted at least to be able to extend just my love and appreciation for Dr. Hossein Nasr and just celebrating his many, many years of illuminating the darkness of our world with the light of his knowledge. And I think there would be no hyperboles to really talk about the influence that he's had on so many people around the world through his lectures, through his works, through his extraordinary corpus of knowledge that he's produced. And just, I think, one of the really truly great intellects of our time. And so we're just really blessed to have him with us. It's not surprising, the Arabs say, "Shay'un min ma'danihi la yustaghrab," that something, gold from a gold mine should not be surprising. Seyyed is a Seyyed. He's from the Doha an-Nabawiyah, which is the great tree of the Husseini clan. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed that clan with many, many great scholars, and also just with that prophetic insight that comes from being steeped in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's revelation and his sunnah. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. I will conclude just by saying that one of the great honors of my life was to have my ear tweaked by Sayyid Hossein Nasr in Toronto. He actually took it. And being over 50 at the time, I considered it really a great honor, because only a father would do that to a son in our tradition. So I just felt like he felt confident that I saw him as a spiritual father. So in light of that, I would just, because the reason he tweaked my ear is because he asked me, had I learned Persian? And I said, no, I hadn't. And so it was more like a shame on you. So I just wanted to say, Dr. Nasr, ilm chun bardil zanad yari buad, ilm chun bartan zanad bari buad, that your knowledge comes from the heart. It affects the hearts. And so may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with a long life and with more insights and openings, inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah, there's so many lessons in all of these remarks. It's extraordinary. And as you all know, there's hundreds and hundreds of other scholars around the world and in this very room who have additional testimonials for Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr and how you've impacted and transformed their life. A special welcome to Layli Nasr, who's also in the room with us, other members of Professor Nasr's family. Warm welcome. And now we'll take a coffee break and return at 4 o'clock, inshallah. Thank you. Bismillah, welcome back, everyone. Also, warm greetings to Professor Nasr's son, Wali Nasr, another professor. So warm greetings to all of the family members here. So we continue our presentation of homage for our hero, Adib Hakim, fourth philosopher. And we have here with Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr, Professor Mohammed Farouk, Atif Khalil, and Mohammed Rustam giving a Festschrift presentation. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said in a famous hadith, La yashkurullah man lam yashkurun nas, that he does not thank God, or he has not thanked God who has not thanked people. And part of the obligations of shukr in Islam is that you thank not only the divine benefactor, but you also thank the intermediaries through which divine benefaction makes its way to us. And so in the spirit of the obligations of shukr, Professors Mohammed Rustam, Professor Mohammed Farouk, and myself co-edited this Festschrift as a token of our shukr to Professor Seyyed Hossein Nasr for all that he has done for us intellectually and spiritually. Now, the seeds for this Festschrift were planted in the spring of 2023 when Professor Mohammed Rustam came to visit the University of Lethbridge to deliver our annual Islamic Studies lecture, made possible through the Catherine Mushtaq Khan Endowment for the Study of Islam. Now, it just so happened that on his return trip, Professor Rustam, his flight was delayed. And as the hadith of the Prophet states, which Dr. Nasr quotes frequently, Al-khairu fima waqa'a, the good is in what happens. And so Professor Rustam and I had some time to spend more quality time together. We went to a coffee. We ruminated over the state of Islamic studies. We ruminated over the intellectual legacy of Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr. And we ruminated over the fact of how fitting it would be for there to be another Festschrift published for Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr at the very tail end of his professional academic career. And that's where the seed was planted. It was because Professor Rustam's flight was delayed, and we went to that coffee shop, al-khairu fima waqa'a, as our Prophet, peace be upon him, said. And things remarkably unfolded very quickly afterwards. We came up with a list of contributors, potential contributors, and the contributors responded very quickly. We wanted to go with a very mainstream academic conventional publisher, and so we decided to go with Brill, which has published some very good quality Festschrifts over the last few years for other scholars as well. For me personally, there was considerable barakah in my role in the editing of this volume. I was in Medina this summer, and I made 2 prayers, among others, where I sought the intercession of the Prophet. And I said, Ya Allah, forgive my sins. And Ya Allah, preoccupy me with what elicits your ridwan, your rida. And then shortly afterwards, I got sick. And as the Prophet said, a believer is not even pricked by a thorn, except that his sins are expiated. And it was some variation of COVID that I contracted in Medina, but it kept me sick for about a month. And when I left Medina, I was in Cairo, and I got an email shortly before that from Professor Muhammad Rustam telling me that the proofs had now come in for the volume, and he needed me to devote myself to very closely going through the manuscript of this volume to see that there were no editorial oversights or typographical errors. And this, I felt, was a response to the second prayer. Ya Allah, preoccupy me with what elicits your ridwan, because I was in Cairo after Medina editing this volume, spending my mornings going through the manuscript of this volume dedicated to Dr. Seyyed Hossein Nasr, and spending my evenings visiting the shrine of Imam Hussein. And so, alhamdulillah, for me, it was an honor and a privilege to be able to participate in the production of this volume. With that, I hand the mic over to Professor Muhammad Farouk.
All right, so I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers, especially Dr. Fakfuri, for organizing such a momentous event. But before I begin, honestly, I have a confession to make. So as some of you might know, it's always embarrassing to speak before one's teachers. But it's doubly embarrassing when you have 3 generations of teachers. Thankfully, Dr. Nasr now sitting alongside us, not in front of us. But let me explain what I mean by 3 generations of teachers. So here is Dr. Rustam, who is one of my mentors. But then there's somewhere Dr. Chittik, who is a mentor and teacher of Dr. Rustam. But then there's Dr. Nasr, who is the teacher of both Muhammad Rustam and then Professor Chittik. And also I studied directly with him. So you can imagine, the trepidation one would have. So I was actually looking for a kind of solution to this, knowing that, as someone said, it's going to be apophatic. No matter what you say, you're actually going to perhaps embarrass yourself more. Thankfully, Hafiz, the famous Persian poet, came to my rescue. I thought what a good idea it would be to actually recite a poem by Hafiz rather than me talking about all sorts of things. So I'm going to recite a rather famous poem by Hafiz, and inshallah I'll also translate. So it begins here. سالها دل طلب جام جم از ما میکرد وانچه خود داشت ز بیگانه تمنا میکرد گوهری که از صدف کون و مکان بیرون است طلب از گمشدگان لب دریا میکرد مشکل خیش بر پیر مغان بردم دوش کو به تایید نظر حل معما میکرد دیدمش خرم و خندان قدح باده به دست وان در آن آینه صد گونه تماشا میکرد گفتم این جام جهان بین به تو کی داد حکیم گفت آن روز که این گنبد مینا میکرد بیدلی در همه احوال خدا با او بود او نمیدیدش و از دور خدا را میکرد این همه شعبده خیش که میکرد اینجا سامری پیش عصا و ید بیضا میکرد گفت آن یار کزو گشت سر دار بلند جرمش این بود که اسرار هویدا میکرد فیض روح القدس ارباز مدد فرماید دیگران هم بکنن آنچه مسیحا میکرد گفتمش سلسله زلف بتان از پی چیست گفت حافظ گله از دل شیدا میکرد. And here is a kind of bit of appendix that I added. So another verse says کیمیایی است عجب بندگی پیر مغان خاک او گشتم و چندین درجاتم دادن. So the audience who knows Persian can obviously understand it's one of the most famous and most profound poems in Hafiz's Diwan. And you could perhaps spend the whole night talking about it. But I'll just translate and maybe just shed a few comments about the poem. So here's the translation. For years, my heart sought the goblet of Jamshid from me. That which it already possessed, it sought from strangers. The pearl which is outside the shell of time and space, it searched for its true reality from those who were lost on the seashore. Last night, I took my problem to the Median peer, who could solve problems by his powerful spiritual insight. I saw him joyful and happy with a goblet of wine in his hand. And while he looked at the mirror in hundreds different ways, I asked, "Oh, sage, when was this world-viewing goblet given to you?" He said, "On that day when he created the azure dome of heaven." He said, "That friend," meaning Hallaj, "who honored the top of the gallows, his fault was that he laid bare the secrets meaning the true secrets of the true self. If the Holy Spirit bestows his grace again, others can also do what the Messiah did." I said to him, "What is the chain-like tress of idols for?" He replied, "Hafiz complains of his frenzied heart." End of the poem. So this poem talks about the most important matters. It links the microcosm, the human soul, the macrocosm, the greater world, and metacosm, God, through the symbolism of the goblet of wine. And the goblet of wine, especially Jam-e Jam, the goblet of Jamshid, here represents the true self. So here's the kind of basic idea. So what does a goblet do? So just as when we look at a goblet full of liquid, we see our reflection in it. And that's kind of happens. I mean, it can happen to any of us if we want to do the experiment. However, here the goblet also symbolizes one's heart. And if that heart is full of divine light, divine love, which is the symbolism of the wine, then one sees the face of one's true self, which is the divine self. And there are all sorts of commentaries about this, expanding and extending all of these topics. And as we know, Hafiz had many great commentaries from the Balkan to the Bengal complex. One of them, my favorite, is Lahori. He says that in order to really, really see your true self, you need to have a spiritual guide. Otherwise, it'll just remain kind of theoretical. However, those of you who know me in the audience, you might be wondering, how is it that you, who seems to be only interested in philosophy, suddenly talking about Hafiz and all of this spirituality? So it's all thanks to Dr. Nasr and his teachings, because what I just said, it'll take years to kind of, master all of this symbolism. So it was, everything is from what I learned from him that I just kind of was able to share with you. So here's my last, here's what I would like to end. So thank you, Dr. Nasr, for playing the role of the active intellect in us.
Thank you very much. This is a little bit of a strange situation because everything that I wanted to say has already been echoed throughout all the lectures and beautiful discourses that have been presented to us today. And then when I thought I had a couple of so-called original things to say, my two brothers here stole the words out of my mouth again. So I'm left with really nothing to say. But I do remember a couple of things that Professor Nasr has taught us on, especially the question of originality. I remember many years ago when I was studying philosophy as an undergrad, everybody was prided as being so-and-so from Europe is an original thinker. What an original thinker so-and-so is. You should read so-and-so. He has a cool sounding German last name, and he's an original thinker. And Professor Nasr in the Library of Living Philosophers, somebody said he's an original thinker. In his response, he said he wishes not to be original except in the sense of going back to one's origin. So from this perspective, inshallah, the words that'll come out of my mouth now, if they push us in that direction, then I'll be happy. Now, I have nothing really to say before Professor Nasr. Part of the dilemma here is that I fear that if I continue speaking, I'm going to weep and make a fool out of myself, to be totally honest with you. And tears are very original, but I think I like to keep that for myself. But, you know, when I was thinking about what could I possibly say to Professor Nasr, and then now it's more problematic because he's sitting right next to me, so this is actually a lot less easy, actually. But thank you so much for everything that you've done for us. Maulana, I'll call on his help. You know, that famous line where he says, whatever I say about love, when I get to love, I'm ashamed at my exposition. So with some poetic license, we can say, whatever I say about Professor Nasr, by way of commentary and exposition, when I get to him at his reality, I'm ashamed at whatever I say. But to speak to the point that a few of our friends have raised today, that he, you know, never looked down on us. And trust me, if he was ever going to look down on somebody, it would be me. Like I believe that it's been quite the opposite. It's always been with such grace and such friendship. Sorry, this is the part that... I do, I have a poem. Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. So I do have a poem, and the thing that I thought that I should do is present to him a poem, not like I did 10 years ago at a conference that we were at, where I was so brash as to recite my own poem in front of him, astaghfirullah. And again, like I said, he was very kind, and he even encouraged me to write a commentary on it and publish it. And I thought that I had really done myself in. But this time, what I'd like to do is hold up a mirror for him and recite to him his own poem, one of his own poems, which in many ways also is a very beautiful commentary on the title of the book, Eye of the Heart. Bismillah. This poem is found in his book, A Garden of Truth. Neither this body am I nor soul, nor these fleeting images passing by, nor concepts or thoughts, mental images, nor yet sentiments and the psyche's labyrinth. Who am I then? A consciousness without origin, nor born in time, nor begotten here below. I am that which was, is, and ever shall be, a jewel in the crown in the divine self, a star in the firmament of the luminous one. Barakallah fikum. Thank you very much. Yes, but perhaps before we give the floor to Professor Nasr, should we like to give him the Festschrift? This would be Bismillah. Bismillah. You do the honors, please. Bismillah.
Astaghfirullah, you're the senior.
Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به نام نگارنده دفتر هستی, as we say in Persian, in the name of the author of the Book of Existence. I'm so deeply honored by all the efforts and thoughts and actions of friends who made today possible. And before beginning, I want to thank everyone who helped, especially Dr. Fakhfouri, who organized everything from the beginning and who made possible today's lectures. I want to thank all those who spoke and also all those who listened, who came to these sessions. May God's blessing be upon all of you. It's very difficult for me to speak tonight because it's probably the last public lecture I will give in my life. I've taught for 70 years. Since I first was asked to give a two-week lecture at Harvard University on the history of Islamic science. That was exactly 70 years ago. And now I'm at the end of the road. And only God knows, Allah Ta'ala knows, when I shall make the really final journey. That's in His hands. But since a poem was read by the greatest master of the Persian poetry, Hafiz, I want to read a poem by the worst of all Persian poets, myself. And it's a poem that accompanies really what the theme of what is said here. See if I can find it. There it is. It's a poem dedicated to the love of God. Since many of you asked that you wanted to hear me recite Persian poetry, that's why I'm doing it. Those two gentlemen are from the Indian world, and mashallah, the Persian was very good and they pronounced well. But I come from Tehran, and this is how the Persian would pronounce Persian poetry. And the poem is as follows. به عشقت آنچنان مستم که دیگر خود نمیدانم. در این مستی بوم حیران و با این حال خاموشم. نه دوریت بود ممکن نه آغوش پر از مهرت. ز بوی زلف مشکینت ولی همواره مدهوشم. رخت بگشای ای ساقی که جانم در طلب باشد. بده یک جور از آن باده برات همدم و هم هوشم. در این دیر پر از محنت بسی سختی پذیرفتم. به این اندیشه تا روزی شراب معرفت نوشم. در این عالم تو را دارم به تنهایی. وصالت غایت عمرم. در این ره همچنان کوشم. بود شور لقاءت همچو آتش در درون من. در این آتش همی سوزم ولی فانی و خاموشم. For those who don't understand Persian, this is a poem. That's the same poem really. I wrote it myself in English, but the same theme, of course, not the same words. So drunk am I with thy love that I no longer know myself. In wonderment am I in this drunkenness, yet in this state I'm silent. Neither being far from thee is possible, nor thy embrace full of love. Yet from the smell of thy black hair, I am constantly bewildered. Unveiled thy face, O Saki, for my soul is in quest. Give a gulp of that wine that will take away my breath and intelligence. In this monastery full of affliction, I accepted much hardship, with this thought that one day I would drink the wine of gnosis. In this world I have thee alone. Union with thee, the goal of my life. I continue to strive on this road. The fervor of meeting thee within me burns like fire. I continue to burn in this fire, but I'm annihilated and silent. Before I begin, I want to, first of all, thank again all those who made this session possible. I want to say I'm very glad that my wife, Susan, who's born 60 years of sleeping at night while I wrote until 2 o'clock in the morning, and my 2 children, Vali and Layli, are here. And I'm very glad that the 2 could come because they came from far away. And also all friends who came from faraway places and those from nearby. I was asked by Dr. Fakhfouri today not to give a lecture on metaphysics or philosophy or things like that, but to speak about myself. I very rarely speak about myself. Only twice in my life, in these 90 years that I've lived, I've written something about myself. Once was when I was made a member of the Institut International de Philosophie, which is like the International Academy of Philosophy in Paris, which always less than 100 members, and I was the first Oriental and first Muslim to be elected, so it was very big news. The Shah called me, I was in Iran, and congratulated me and so forth. And anyway, every year they met in some place, and one year they met in Austria, and I was chosen for that year, and I had to give a lecture in German. So for several days, I practiced German, and I gave the lecture, and for 2 weeks my throat hurt because there's different muscles in German than you use in English or French. And I've given also lectures in Spanish, but I usually give lectures in Persian and English and French sometimes. I've given many lectures in French in Paris. So I'm used to giving lectures. And I hope this will be the last public lecture of my life. I've given lecture all the way from Australia, from Brisbane to England, and all the lands in between, going around the globe. But only God knows. But my life has been filled really with many intellectual and spiritual events and adventures, which I take as a grace from Allah Ta'ala. But also I have to express to you what background I come from that made this possible, made me who I am. My father's family originally migrated from Iraq. They were Seyyids, the sons of the Prophet. In the Safavid period, they migrated to Iran. And I have an ancestor, Muhammad Taghi Posh Mashhadi, whose tomb is a major center of pilgrimage in the city of Kashan. They migrated to the city of Kashan, a central city in Iran, north of between Isfahan and Tehran. Very beautiful old cities. Old city, which is one of the oldest cities in the world, several thousand years old, and the center of great architecture. And in fact, in Persian, the word for tile is kashi, and the Arabic word qasani is the Arabization of the Persian word for kashan, kashi. Kashi is qasani in Arabic, which means tile work. That's where tile came from, the tile that's now all over the world, and you see from Alhambra to Indonesia and Malaysia. They came from there, and my grandfather that lived in Kashan came to Tehran and studied with the first European physician who had come to Iran, a man called Dr. Wolf. He became a doctor, a very famous doctor. He became a royal physician. And my father was born in Kashan and came back later on to Tehran and also studied medicine. He was also a royal physician. I come from a family of very famous physicians and scholars. My grandfather's wife was from the famous Sabah family, the most famous family of poetry of 19th century Iran. They came from Kashan, and also the great musician Sabah, who some of the older Iranians know, one of the greatest musicians of Iran of the 20th century, belonged to the same family. They were our cousins, really. And used to come to our house when I was a child, when my father was alive. And then from my mother's side, it's a very different background, but also a very notable scholarly background. My grandfather, but first of all, my mother was the first Iranian woman, first of two Iranian women to have a college degree. The very, very first, was one of the very first people. And her father was a member of the Supreme Court of Iran and a very respected judge. But more important than that was my mother's grandfather, Shah Fazlullah Nuri, one of the most important figures of Iranian history in the 19th century, who did not accept the Iranian constitution, saying that it was too Western. We should be mashru'ah, that is based on Sharia, rather than mashrute, constitutional. For that reason, with the help of the British, and when Ayatollah was the prime minister of Iran, he was hanged. He was hanged the first time in the history of Iran in which a major alim, a religious scholar, was hanged. And that left a very indelible effect upon his whole family. His children and grandchildren went all the way from Dr. Kianuri, who was the head of the Iran Communist Party, my mother's first cousin, to people who were ulama, the whole spectrum of people. And anyway, he left an indelible mark upon the family's tragedy. And when Ayatollah Khomeini came to Iran, the very first day, he announced that I come, in fact, to reclaim the heritage of Shah Fazlullah Nuri. And he named the biggest circle in Tehran after Shah Fazlullah Nuri, and a big boulevard and everything like that. If I go to Iran, I'll either go into a prison or get shot or be praised for Shah Fazlullah Nuri's descendant. I haven't quite decided that that's why I'm in exile. I don't know what will happen. But anyway, he is very highly respected in Iran today. My family comes from a very important, both Sufi and Shariite religious family of Iran. That had a very deep effect upon me. My first teacher was my father. My father was 30 years older than my mother when he married her. I had a vision. And I went to one of the great Sufis of Iran, Hari, and told him that I'm planning to marry so-and-so. And he said he closed his eyes and prayed, and he said, you should do it. From this marriage will be born a son who will be giving a lecture in America 90 years later. So my father accepted and came and asked for my mother's hand, and then the doctor said my mother could not become pregnant, but at that time she was pregnant with me. And I had the most difficult childbirth. I was the wisest person. I didn't want to come into this world. I didn't want to be born. And anyway, a very difficult childbirth, and I had a very, very naughty childhood. I was an extremely naughty child. But also, I was an intelligent child. I was sent to school when I was only 3-4 years old. And my father had a remarkable library of Persian and Arabic books, but also French books. And he made me study Arabic, classical Arabic, with a teacher besides the school where we studied Arabic, and also had a French teacher. And the first European language that I learned was French. I can speak French like English. I'll give the rest of this lecture in French. It's the second European language for me. I also know German, some other European languages, but French is my first European language. So Persian and Arabic and French and English are the 4 languages in which I've written and lectured all my life. Only one lecture in German and one lecture in Spanish. That's exceptional. But anyway, great care was taken in our education, in my education. My brother Mehran, who just left, I only had one brother. He was younger, but most of the attention therefore was paid to me. And I owe everything intellectually to my father. He was my first teacher, and he was a very eminent person. He ran the Ministry of Education. He was the Minister of Education for some time. In fact, it's called the father of modern education. He was the one who, besides having this library, always studied and was a remarkably moral person. The first principles of morality I learned was from him. The way he died was walking one day after we were at grandfather's house in the sidewalk of near where he lived. And a rider of a bicycle, you were not supposed to do bicycling on the sidewalk, it was against the law, was going very fast in the sidewalk and hit my father. My father fell into a ditch and broke his pelvis bone. In Iran at that time, they were doing the Second World War, they could not operate. That led to his being bedridden, finally to pneumonia, finally to his heart attack, and finally to his death. He was just in the street like that when an hour later some people came and found him and brought him to our house. 1 hour later, the Prime Minister of Iran came to our house. He was a very good friend of my father. I said, Dr. Waliullah Khan, who is it who did this? Tell us, we'll find him, and so forth. My father knew who he was one of his students. He never revealed his name. He never revealed his name. So I learned from him really all that I know in the deepest sense, spiritually and intellectually. He always is a living being for me to this day. Anyway, it's his illness that caused my mother to decide to send me to my uncle, who was then our consul in New York. And so I was sent at a very young age of 12 and a half after the Second World War in 1945, when all the boats were taken by American Army to bring the soldiers back to the United States. I went with great difficulty to Alexandria all by myself, from Tehran flying to Baghdad. Of course, the Iranian ambassador to Baghdad was one of our relatives. I stayed in his house, and then with a Nern, that special bus that went over the desert between Iraq and Syria to Damascus, and then with a friend, a Persian friend, was going to Cairo, rented a taxi, and one of the most memorable things is that at that time there was no Israel, there was only Palestine. It was so green, so beautiful. So when later on you had the Zionist propaganda saying that the Jews made the desert bloom, they should have had some pictures of that desert in 1945 before it was watered by Zionists. I'm not against Judaism, I'm a friend of Judaism. I have many Jewish friends and rabbis, and I'm a great defender of Judaism. Lectured in many synagogues. But I'm against, of course, the 19th century European nationalism, guys, that's in a religious sense, which was Zionism, is like Islamic nationalism. That's not Islam. And then in the name of religion, to kill 60,000 people in Gaza without any mention being made in the Washington Post. Those are very difficult things to take. I don't want to get into politics, but I've always had the best relation with the Jews. I've had Jewish friends all my life, and many of my works are translated into Hebrew, even taught at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. I'm in contact with many of the rabbis who, in fact, do not follow Netanyahu's politics, and therefore they're not on NBC at all, but who are very, very eminent religious leaders in Israel, very profound and beautiful souls they have, really religious figures. There's no doubt about that. Judaism is a very great religion. But anyway, that experience of Palestine has never left me really. It was such a green land in comparison to Iraq and Syria and Iran, from which I had come, much greener, and the big gardens, and both myself and the person who was with me were surprised. And anyway, we came down to Jaffa, and from there came down all the way to Cairo. And it was very difficult to get a boat to the United States because, as I said, American soldiers were being brought out back to America after the Second World War, and the American government had rented almost all the boats. But anyway, I was waiting in the Shepherd's Hotel, the old Shepherd's Hotel, which burned down during the Nasrid Revolution. And in the Shepherd's Hotel, we were waiting for a boat. One day, a very, very well-dressed Egyptian came forward. I spoke some classical Arabic. I didn't speak any local or colloquial Arabic in Egypt, Egyptian Arabic, but I could speak some French, so he spoke in French to me. And he said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm an Iranian trying to go to America." And I sat down in my chair without telling me. A chair next to my table. I ate alone. Big this hotel, the #1 hotel in Cairo. I sat alone. There was nobody else there. And he said, "You're such a remarkable person traveling by yourself. As long as you're in Egypt, you're my son." So one of the ministers of Pharaoh's government took me around Cairo, showed me the pyramids and all the mosques and all the different things to see in Cairo. And he was able, through his influence, to arrange for me to get a ticket. And I came to Alexandria and took a Swedish ship, Gripsholm, which took 31 days to get to New York. Went all the way through the Mediterranean, first going north to Greece, Thessalonica, and then to Genoa in Italy, and then finally to Gibraltar, and through from there across the Atlantic. And one of the most remarkable sights, we arrived at night, and the ship just docked right next to there. In the morning, we woke up, a Persian from Tehran. All these tall buildings in New York were like a dream. Now there are tall buildings all over the world. At that time, it was really an exception. I thought I was dreaming. But that was the city of New York, my first expression of it. My uncle came and they took me down, and they found a school for me called the Pittee School, one of the best schools in this country, New Jersey. And at first, I was in the middle of the 8th grade when all this had taken place. I'd missed several months, and now it was January. And so I tried to continue with the 8th grade. And the teachers came and said, I kept going with a little English dictionary. And the boys were very naughty. They would take the dictionary and find all kinds of dirty words. I'd say, "What is that in Persian?" I would say so and so. Now all the school was just saying that yours. I can't repeat it here. This and that, but you can imagine what these boys were doing. And anyway, gradually, and the teacher said, "You better repeat one year," and I cried. I said, no, I'll catch up. And I did. I learned English quickly. And by the time I graduated, I was the valedictorian at Pittee School. And I got the highest degree anyone had ever received at that time. The college entrance examination, which was national at that time in the United States. I don't know what it is now. And so I had a choice of going anywhere I wanted to. And usually the valedictorians at Pittee went to Princeton. And although I'd been to Princeton many times, I watched the football matches and so forth, I didn't want to go to Princeton. So I decided that I would go to MIT, either MIT or Caltech. Caltech is a smaller MIT in California, which is the #1 school in the East Coast for science and engineering. And I put Cornell as the third choice, Ivy League school. Alhamdulillah, I got into all three. At just 17, I went to MIT, a very important action. But at that time, my father, of course, had died. My mother and my brother migrated to America. And I've been tired of 5 years of boarding school at Pittee. So she bought a house. She came to Boston, bought a house, and I lived at home. And it had a tremendous effect on my relearning Persian. She had a wonderful thing. She said, "In this house, no English is to be spoken." So my Persian gradually improved. I began to read the Golestan and the Hafiz and things like that. And in fact, my Persian improved very rapidly. I was living in Boston in my 20s. Was the first period of my life which I composed poetry, which many people consider very good. Also translated the poetry of Hafiz into English and Persian, although I was studying physics and mathematics and things like this, and geology and later on history of science. But anyway, I began my career of higher education in Boston. I spent 8 years there, going 4 years to MIT, where I got a BS in physics, but also in mathematics. I majored in 2 fields of science. I'm so both a mathematician and a physicist. I had the highest honors from MIT, and MIT wanted me to stay there. I didn't do that. I went to Harvard. I had a very big spiritual crisis at the age of 19 when I wanted to leave the West. I wanted to go to some island in the Pacific and then disappear out of sight. I realized the errors of modern science. I realized the falsities of the thesis upon which it is based, the danger that it faces for humanity, all the things that everybody talks about, the environmental crisis now, all came to my mind at the age of 19. It's not accidental that it's I who first predicted the environmental crisis from a scholarly point of view. I'm called the grandfather of the environmental movement at Yale University, which has the best program now for the environment in this country. It goes back to this experience I had of nature being desecrated like this. In Massachusetts, I would drive into the woods and so forth and realize what was happening. People didn't realize what was happening, that the harmony between man and nature was being destroyed. That the beltway around Boston, all these Americans have beltways, had cut off, in fact, the normal travel of animals, rabbits and fox and so forth, back and forth, and cut off the city ecologically from its hinterland countryside and so forth and so on. All these things became evident to me when nobody was ready to think about these things. And once I read this issue, I remember in a class at Harvard, but a very famous professor, he said, Hossein, we don't talk about these things in American universities. That is, shut up. At that time, that's the way it was. Nobody ever spoke about these matters. Nobody, but for me, it was a very, very important experience. And anyway, in 1958, I received my PhD from Harvard, and I decided to go back to Iran, although both Harvard and MIT offered me assistant professorship, tenure track. Even then, as assistant professor, 4 years from now, you become tenured. I turned all of it down. I wanted to go back to Iran. I turned down so many things, and University of London wanted to employ me, all of these. I turned down Oxford. I went back to Iran. And I thought I would never come back to the West. I spent 20 years in Iran. It was very, very successful, important years of my life. The most important thing, first of all, is that I got married to Susan Khanum, who's sitting there, as soon as I got to Iran. And I've always tell her that I've written all these books. They're like my second wives, so she should be jealous of me. I take from her time to write those books. They're like, someone's a polygamist. She's my first wife, and all these other books come, in a sense, competing with her. I got married very rapidly. Her family came a very noble Iranian family. Her father was the most important physician in the field of pulmonary diseases and established the first hospital actually for pulmonary diseases that's still named after him, fortunately. They haven't changed the name. With me, I did a wonderful thing for my family. Once I left Iran and sided with the Shah, everything by the name of Nasr changed. There were streets named after us, avenues, schools. The best secondary school for women in Tehran was Nasr. Everything had Noon Sat Re in it. NASR was taken off the map. But fortunately, this didn't happen to our father, Dr. Danishvari, who was a very fine, very, very fine man, and a very good doctor, a remarkable doctor. And anyway, I got married very quickly in Iran, and God gave us the 2 children, Vali and Layli, who are here now. When I came into exile, they came. Vali was then studying in England, and Layli came with us, and mashallah, they have done well. My family, the Nasr family, is not known for wealth, and although we had 4 ministers in the family, but they're not a political family either, essentially a scholarly family. Scholarly family, and many, many important physicians and scholars in the family. And Vali, mashallah, has continue this tradition as a professor here in Baltimore and Washington. And also my daughter Layli is a scholar in charge of art, is an art historian at the National Art Gallery. And both of them are really very accomplished, and my wife and Susan are very proud of them, and inshallah God will protect them. But I jumped over some things that I have to go back to. And that is during the years in Iran, because I'm supposed to talk about myself and you to know me. Don't run over my time. No, still a few minutes left. During those years that I was in Iran, although I succeeded in avoiding to enter politics directly, I played a very important role in many things, which many people around remember even now. First of all, that's so short, but these are important events for the history of Iran also, as well to know me better. When I went to Iran, just about a year had passed when the court minister Asadullah Alam was really the number 2 person in Iran, became himself prime minister later on, was the court minister, called me up, called my uncle, who was a friend of his, and took me there. And Mr. Alam said that, look, the Shah has heard that you have a PhD from Harvard in Islamic studies, and he wants to create an Islamic university. The ulama in Qom were very much against this, because they thought they would take away from their political power and also economic power. It was a very, very important thing. And at the same time, we had the modernized university, Tehran University, where I just become a professor, which were not secularized completely, but nevertheless based on secular Western universities. They were not religious universities. And the Shah wanted to go something in between, an Islamic university which would teach Islam, but also on a university basis, not the madrasa, the old madrasa system. And it was strongly opposed by the ulama, in Qom. But anyway, I went ahead and said, at that age, I was only 25 years old, he said, you prepare this and you can direct it and later on become its president and so on. So I spent a lot of time, a long paper I prepared on the creation of the Islamic University in Iran. No news. No news. But to end the story, 16 years later, just 2-3 years before the Iranian Revolution, one day, 2 years before, His Majesty called me, the Shah called me. He said, Dr. Nasr, do you remember so many years ago when you were asked to prepare a program for an Islamic university? I said, yes, of course, Your Majesty. He said, I made a great mistake. I'm looking at a report, I'm putting it in a drawer. Now I want to create an Islamic university. And you do it. I said, Your Majesty, I'm the president of your own university, Royal University, RMR University. He said, you can run 2 universities for a while. It's not bad enough to run 1 university. But anyway, for a while I was going to, decided it should be near Mashhad in Khorasan. I went there regularly. I bought a very large land. I sent my vice chancellor to study the campus in different places. I've discovered that the biggest campus in the world is Stanford University in San Francisco. European universities don't have campuses, but American universities and Canadian universities that do, and some East Islamic countries are beginning to have campuses. This is the biggest Stanford University. So it's hard to get land even bigger than that, the biggest campus in the world, both for that and our American University later on. And anyway, bought the land, and from Hossein Malik, who was a famous Khorasani merchant, and preparing to do everything. And then, I don't know what happened behind the scenes. The Shah said, forget about it. But So it never came about. These are the things that led to the downfall of the Shah, to the revolution. That elements were going to take place that went halfway and didn't take place, and could have changed the intellectual scene completely, but didn't. But these are very important issues. Anyway, I worked from the very beginning with the Queen. She was just married when I went to Iran, and we met very early. She became very much interested in my interest in Islamic art and the revival of Persian art, and it began from there. And for years and years, in a sense, I was the closest person to her intellectually. So I saw her all the time. I went to Royal Palace all the time. And she wanted to make me the head of her bureau. When the Shah says she's the president of the university, we can't dispense with him, so he didn't allow it. But when I had a heart problem, I resigned from our university, she began to bring me closer, and finally, she asked me to become the head of her bureau, which I accepted. The last year before the revolution, I was the head of the Queen's Bureau at a time when the king was sick, and all the letters from Giscard d'Estaing to Callahan, Prime Minister of England, to this, to that, would come to me. I was ready to the center for the reception of everything that had to do with Iran's foreign affairs. It was a very, very sensitive time. And I prepared the letters to give it to His Majesty. We didn't know that Shah had cancer. It had been completely hidden. Only the Queen found out. And that just a few months before the revolution, when she went to Paris, and the doctor and I went with her. We were coming back from America together. He said, "You go to Iran, I have something to do here." So we came back, and she stayed. We came back with the royal plane. And she stayed and came back with a regular plane. And the doctor had told her the Shah has cancer. Nobody knew about it. It was a state secret. Nobody knew about it whatsoever, but he wasn't himself. He wasn't his old self. His eyes were going like this and turning red and didn't have the energy. He was always very intelligent, very much on the ball, as the Americans say. But it wasn't like that. So something was going on, and all the responsibility fell on my shoulders on everyday affairs in those last few months. It was a very, very critical time. And it's very strange that several times I've been proposed that I become minister. Mansour asked me, he was a good father, Mansour was a good friend. My father asked me to join him in the new organization, was creating and take over the seat of education and culture. And I did it for him, and I didn't accept to become minister. Hoveda twice. If I once they sent flowers to my house, my wife said, "What is this flower that's brought?" Because Alam has sent it because I was chosen minister of higher education, but I turned it down. I didn't want to become a minister at all. But I had a lot to do with the political life of Iran, because I was in almost every committee that was important in Iran. Not only education and cultural, but many political committees. I knew what was going on. And I'm not going to write, actually, an account of those things. I am going to write my own spiritual autobiography, which is quite something else, about which I'm not speaking today very much. But those things, history will gradually bring out. My son Vali, who's sitting here, who's much more gifted than I to do that. He has his field, and inshallah, like life, very nice book was brought out recently. It's concentrate on that issue and bring a book out also about all the things that went behind the scenes in Iran. Anyway, as God would have it, I never thought of leaving Iran. As I told you, I turned down all these positions. For example, Princeton is one of the major universities in this country. It had a major program of Arabic studies, and also had professor of Persian, but had no professor of Islamic studies. Gohin, who was president of Princeton, came to Tehran and invited me to come to Princeton to become full professor. I was only in my 30s. Full professor of Islamic studies at Princeton. And I turned it down. I went there and taught for 1 month as visiting professor. That was all these things I turned down, all these things I turned down. And suddenly my own life was turned inside out, and the revolution took place. And the fact that I was saved, of course, everything is by the grace of God, but it's really by grace of God that's happened. I wasn't planning to leave Iran. I wasn't planning to leave Iran under any condition. Okay. In fact, Her Majesty told me, if you want to leave. I said, no, I'm staying. The Shah was staying. And anyway, what happened was, there was a conference that the Japanese had organized on the art of Islamic Persia, a very major conference. And we'd been sending him all kinds of beautiful objects of Persian art from our National Museum, this Golestan, this place, the other place, to have this major exhibition. And since those months when I was running the Queen's Bureau, it was under my direction, so I knew I was being sent to Japan. So it was going to be inaugurated by Prince Mikasa, the brother of the Emperor of Japan, and the Japanese imperial government said that the Queen should also come because the brother of the Emperor is coming. So the Queen decided she was going. And she said, Dr. Nasr, we're going to go to Japan. We're going to accompany her to Japan. And we're getting ready to go. And the Shah was not feeling well. And my son was stranded, my daughter's school was closed. I told my wife, let's go to London and try to find a school for children to do something. Valley was there studying in England for Lily. And did 2 months. In one way, I knew I was not going to see Iran again. From another point of view, was all those stupid tuxedos and things that I had taken along. You could wash the bathroom with the exile. All stupid things that I took along which are not practical. And there were 7 or 8 suitcases. We arrived in London, and that was the end of my life in Iran. Soon my property, house was confiscated. The new house that my wife and I were building near the mountains in Shamran was almost finished. That was confiscated. My money in the bank was confiscated. I was cited as a list of people who should be put to death if they were around. And all kinds of things occurred. And it was very, very sad. But I must tell you one story which is quite interesting with all that Ayatollah Khomeini has done. I always like to be truthful about everything and not to have vendettas all the time. Ayatollah Khomeini then comes to Iran, comes to power, the Shah leaves, and so on. You know the story. I will not recount it again. And Ayatollah Mutahari, Murtaza Mutahari, who was assassinated and was very close to me, we were very close friends. We worked on many projects together. I wrote to Tehran University, made him professor of Islamic philosophy. He was a very good thinker, very good philosopher, very good analyst of also social aspect of philosophy. And anyway, Ayatollah Khomeini considered him like his son. He had studied with Ayatollah Khomeini before Ayatollah Khomeini became a political figure. So he is he who telephoned me and told me this before he was assassinated in Tehran. And he went to Ayatollah Khomeini. I've said this to some of my students, they're here, I have to repeat it to them, and said, Ayatollah, the problems of Iran are many, but we need, said Hossein Nasr is the only person who can create a truly Islamic educational program in Iran and also guide the intellectual aspect of Islam in Iran. And Ayatollah Khomeini, in front of 20-some of the mullahs sitting around him, he used to have his head down like this, didn't look at you when you talked to him. He always had his head down. He lifted his head, and he said, don't think he's like you, who changes color every day. Once he paid his loyalty to the Shah, he will not change. He was really respecting me, he was lauding me, but he was also criticizing the entourage knew that that was not going to be a possibility. And of course, I've not gone back to Iran over 45 years. But I will conclude by saying that although I'm physically dead in Iran, I'm culturally and intellectually very much alive. If you take the intelligentsia of Iran, they're divided into three groups. One are those who are so-called fundamentalists, follow the line of Qom and Ayatollah Khamenei and what the government says. Two, the modernists who still survive. Still in Tehran University, they're teaching the same agnostic philosophies they were teaching when I became dean of the faculty 50 years ago. They're still doing the same thing. The present government, after 40 years, has not been able to change the humanities and Islamicize them. Talk about it. They talk about it. And unfortunately, I want to say that everybody says I'm the only one who can do it, and I'm not there. Let them do it. But anyway, there's a lot of talk about that. They have not succeeded in doing it. And third are people who are not Khomeinites, but traditionalists, in my sense. And they're really my followers. I have a large following in Iran. Very, very large following in Iran, but it's not the whole of the population, of course. But that's why no one has dared censor my books in Iran. Any book I write, I have 3, 4 books that have come out in English or about to come out in the next few weeks. What is Metaphysics just came out. My commentary upon the Gulshan Raz, The Secret Rose Garden of Divine Mysteries, is coming out next week. Islam and the Diversity of Religions is coming out in a month, and so forth. They're immediately translated into Persian, immediately, before any other language. So somehow there's something strange going on. Intellectually, they have not been able to murder me. I'm still very much alive. I'm now much more read than some of the ideologues of the revolution were at the beginning. People don't read them anymore. They were just reading them at the beginning of the revolution. They're forgotten and gone now. So my life has been a very strange situation. And my only wish, travel-wise, is to be able to visit Iran again. It's the one thing I want to do before I die. I want to see the Alborz Mountains again. I have a very close relationship with nature in Iran. I used to go hiking by myself all the time. I would speak to the stones in the mountains around Tehran and other places. And they kept saying, Iranians said they've grown ugly and so I said, I don't care. 2 things remain. The beautiful mosques and mausoleums, traditional buildings, and nature. I don't care if now there are tall buildings in Tehran. That's too bad. But that's not very concerned. That's my prayer and hope. Whether that shall be realized or not, I do not know. But I do know that I have made my last will and testament, that my body be, once I die, be taken back to Iran. There's a tomb ready for me right next to my father in Mazar Abdullah, which is a little town just outside of Tehran. And at least if I don't return there alive, I return there dead. But my writings continue to be very popular in Iran. And I'm very happy that although the modern means of communication can also do a lot of harm, they can also do some good. No government is strong enough to be able to control every computer and every method of transmission of information that we have in our hands today. Let me finally thank again all those who made today's session possible. I'm humbled by the honors that you bestowed upon me. I pray for all of you. May God always protect you and keep you. And let's all hope and pray for better days, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Professor Nasr, for such a moving experience that you shared with all of us. Dr. Nasr's speech reminds me of a philosopher, Farabi, who used to play flute music, and he could play a piece of music that make people cry, or people laugh, or people fall to sleep. When Dr. Nasr speaks, except the last one, he has the two qualities in his speech, no matter how short and how long he speaks. Two things that I should mention. He said at one point when he left Iran, that was his death in Iran. That never happened. He has been more present in Iran intellectually, as he mentioned. His books are read more, not only by scholars, but also by younger generations who have been very disillusioned with some of the developments that have been taking place in Iran. And they are reading those books, not only at the universities, but also outside of the university. Dr. Nasr also made a statement that I heard a few people choking behind me, saying that this is probably my last public speech. I promise you it is not. When Knowledge and Sacred came out, I think it was 1989, in a talk after that, we were just walking to a class. He said this was a heavy book. For a while, probably I'm not going to write anything more. Very quickly, the next book went to print. And at that time, I recited a poem by one of the poets of the Safavid period, Ahmad Khorasani, who said in Persian, he said, I made a covenant with myself that I would not drink anymore, except tonight, tomorrow night, and other nights. عهد کردم که دیگر می نخورم با دیگران غیر یک امشب و فردا شب و شب‌های دیگر. So don't believe that. Dr. Nasr is going to continue giving speech, public and private, at the university setting or other places, I think, for very, very long time. Having listened to so many speakers during the day, one common thread among everything that has been said is his generosity, his supportive attitude toward the students, and all things that he has done. But the more you listen to him, the more you realize what I said. All of those are his shadows. The substance of Dr. Nasr is something else. And that is why I asked Rumi's help. آنچه میان مردمان شهره شد و حدیث شد سایه بایزید بود مایه بایزید نه. How often do we get a chance to express our gratitude to our teachers, and especially a teacher of the kind of Dr. Nasr, who is not only a teacher of scholarship, but a teacher of the soul. He has, in fact, been really tabib al-qulub for many of us. He has been the physician of the heart and the soul of many of his students. This event could have not come to a conclusion better than the way that he presented and shared his so personal experiences in life with us. And what we have done has been a very, very humble contribution just to say thank you. It is in the nature of the sun to shine and spread light around. It is also in the nature of the moon to illuminate the dark nights of the desert for caravans. Dr. Nasr, you have been the sun during the dark days of our lives, spreading the light of knowledge to all seekers. And at nights, like the luminous moon, you spread the light of your prayers to fellow travelers on the path and save many of them from many kinds of deviations. We pray that God grants us the chance to continue this journey on your side for the next 25 years, as we said at the conclusion of another conference 25 years ago. And we pray that this will happen, inshallah. We are so eternally grateful for everything that you have been for us and everything that you have done to us. And now we are marching along you for the next 25 years, inshallah. Thank you very much again for everyone who helped this event to take place, but mostly thank Dr. Nasr himself who allowed us to do this in the first place. It took quite a bit of time to convince him that this is needed and must be done. And we are so glad that God gave us this chance to express a little bit of our heartfelt feelings toward him and thank him. But this doesn't do justice to how he is and how he is for us and how we feel in our hearts and soul for him. May God grant him long life and health and happiness along with family members and students and his larger family who are in fact his audience not only on this campus, not only in this country, but throughout the Islamic world as well. Thank you again for allowing us to do that. I appreciate it.
My friends, there's not much more to say except for thank you, alhamdulillah. And now we have traditional Persian music to round out the evening and our gratitude to Professor Nasr. Thank you.
تفاوتی نکنه قدر پادشاهی را گر التفات کنه کمترین گدایی حدیث عشق نداند کسی که در همه کسی که در همه به سر نکوفته باشه آی به سر نکوفته باشه در سرایی رو دو چشم مست میگونت، دو چشم مست میگونت و بردارم هوشیارم، دو خواب آلوده بربوده، دو خواب آلوده بربوده، عقل از دست بیدارم، عقل از دست بیدارم. الان ای باد میری بگو آن ماه مجلس را آزادی و خمیده غم رویت گرفتان را گران یار شهران شوب، گران یار شهران شوب، روزی حال من پرسد بگو خوابش بگو خوابش نمیگیره به شب از دست یارم، به شب از دست یارم. تا به تو افتادم نظر چهره به چهره رو شرح و دهن تو را سیدی روحت همچو سبا فتادم خانه به خانه در بدم که به کوچه کوبه که به کوچه کوبه تا به تو افتادم نظر چهره به چهره رو شرح و دهن تو را به نکته مومن به نکته مومن می رود از فراق تو می رود از فراق تو خون دل از تو دیدم دجله به دجله ام بیام چشمه به چشمه جو به جو دجله به دجله دجله به دجله چشمه به چشمه جو به جو آخ چشمه به چشمه جو به جو تا به تو افتادم نظر چهره به چهره رو شرح و دهن تو را نکته به آخ به نکته به دل و جان خانه کردی عاقبت هر دو را ویرانه کردی عاقبت آمدی کاتش دری عالم زنی وا نگشتی تا نکردی عاقبت از عشقت عالمی ویران شده قصد این ویران کردی عاقبت عشق را بی خویش بردی در حرم دانه بیچاره بودم زیر خاک دانه را صد دانه کردی عاقبت یا رسول الله ستون صبر را استن حنا کردی عاقبت شمع عالم بود عقل چارگر شم را پروانه کردی عاقبت جان جانداران سرکش را به عشق جان جانداران سرکش را به عشق عاشق جانانه کردی عاقبت المنت لله که در میکد باز است المنت لله که در میکد باز است زان رو که مرا در اوی نیاز است در میکد باز است حقیقت نه مجاز نه عشق و ناز مجنون و خم تار لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی آره غم مجنون و خم تار لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی رخساره محمود و کف پای نیاز است در میکده باز است حقیقت نه مجاز است همه عشق و ناز است شرح شکن زلف خمندر خم جانان لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی شرح شکن زلف خمندر خم جانان لیلی ها لیلی ها لیلی کوتاه نتوان کرد که این قصه دراز است در میکده باز است حقیقت نه مجاز است همهش بگو ناز
سپاسگزار از لطف شما، خیلی ممنون. سلام عرض میکنیم خدمت حضار و به ویژه خدمت حضرت استادی جناب آقای دکتر سید حسین نصر، عارف و اندیشمند بزرگ و مفتخریم به اینکه در این مجلس فاخر در محضر شما نشستیم و البته امیدواریم که ببخشید ما رو. به هر حال این موسیقی که تقدیم میکنیم قابل شما رو و شخصیت شما رو حقیقتا نداره، ولی از بن جان و از صمیم دل هست. خیلی ممنون از لطف و محبت شما. به هر حال مایلم که نسبت به این موسیقی توضیحاتی رو خدمتون عرض کنم که این فضایی که ما با هم ارائه دادیم در این چند دقیقه‌ای که گذشت مبتنی است بر بداهه خوانی و بداهه نوازی که به هر حال موقعی امکان پذیر هست که هنرمندان در واقع موسیقی نوازنده یا خواننده و هر دو ساختارها رو که طی می‌کنند بعد دست به ابداع در لحظه میزنند بر اساس شناخت عواطف همدیگر. گرچه ما یه طرح به هر حال کلی داریم ولی همیشه یک میدانی رو باز میگذاریم برای اینکه شاید بتونیم خوش آمد بگیم لحظه اکنون رو و آن ریزشی که توسط اون دقیقه اکنون ممکنه اتفاق بیفته، گاهی هم نمیفته. و به هر حال این فضایی است که در موسیقی ایرانی خیلی خیلی جایگاه بزرگی داره و البته مقفول واقع شده، یعنی زیاد به اون نمیپردازن و جنبه‌های کشف نشده بسیاری داره این موسیقی. ولی از اونجا که حاضران در این مجلس همه اهل فضل و اندیشه هستند، ما انتخاب کردیم که این نوع موسیقی رو که به اعتقاد ما روایتگر فرهنگ در واقع باستانی ایران و به خصوص ادبیات و به خصوص تر عرفان ایران زمین هست. یعنی این نوع موسیقی میتونه، یعنی گونه هایی از موسیقی و البته یکی از این گونه ها میشه گفت که این نوع و این جنس و سبک است که میتونه راوی این عواطف باطنی و در واقع احوال عاشقانه باشه. امیدوارم که مورد پسندتون قرار بگیره. بخش دوم برنامه فضای کاملا متفاوت خواهد بود بر اساس موسیقی مقامی تنبور که اون هم موسیقی حقیقتا اونگونه که مولانا جلال الدین فرمود ناله تنبور و بعضی سازها چیزکی ماند بدون آوازها. حقیقتا یک فضای ازلی و ابدی در این فضای موسیقی مقامی تنبور نهفته است که استاد و دوست هنرمندم جناب بهفر بهادران به نیکی اون رو ارائه خواهند داد و در این بخش از هنرمند نازنین نوازنده دف جناب آقای میعاد نیک فرجام دعوت میکنم که افتخار بدن و به ما ملحق شن. سپاسگزارم. بله ریوربمون میتونید فکر میکنم ریوربمون رفت.
دل، آن را که درون دل عشق و طلبی باشد، عشق و طلبی باشد، چون دل نگشاید در، آن را سببی باشد، آن را سببی باشد. رو بر در دل بنشین 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 بنشین، رو بر در دل بنشین، آن دلبر پنهانی وقت سحر یا نیم شبی باشد، وقت سحر یا نیم شبی باشد. جانی که جدا گردد جویای خدا گردد، او بلعجبی باشد نادری باشد، او بلعجبی باشد بلعجبی باشد، چون تاج ملوکاتش در چشم نمی آید، او بی پدر و مادر عالی نسبی باشد عالی نسبی باشد. خاموش کن و هر جا اسرار مکن پیدا، خاموش کن و هر جا اسرار مکن پیدا، در جمع سبک روحان هم بولهبی باشد. ساقی فرخ رخ من جام چو گلنار بده ساقی فرخ رخ من جام چو گلنار بده بهر من ارمی ندهی بهر دل یار بده بهر دل یار بده باد در آن جام فکن گردن اندیشه بزن باد در آن جام فکن گردن اندیشه بزن این دل ما را مشکن مشکن این دل ما را مشکن ای دل و دلدار بده ای دل و دلدار بده کنان میکده را ترک کنین عربده را عاشق تشنه زده را از خم خمار بده از خم خمار بده جز به طرب راه مده غمده و آمده جز به طرب راه مده آه ز بی راه بود ره بگشا ره بگشا بار بده تشنه دیرین منم گرم دل و سینه منم جام و قدح را بشکن 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 بی حد و بسیار بده جام و قدح را بشکن بشکن بی حد و بسیار بده بی حد و بسیار بده ساقی فرخ رخ من جام چو گلنار بده ساقی فرخ رخ من جام چو گلنار بده ساقی فرخ رخ من ساقی فرخ رخ من، ساقی فرخ رخ من.
خیلی متشکرم. رها کن عاشقا، دیوانه شو دیوانه شو، اندر دل آتش درآ، پروانه شو پروانه پروانه شو. هم خویش را ویرانه کن، هم خانه را ویرانه کن، هم خویش را دیوانه کن، هم خانه را ویرانه کن. وانگه بیا وانگه بیا با عاشقان، هم خانه شو هم خانه شو. مرده بودم زنده شدم، گریه بودم خنده شدم. مرده بودم زنده شدم، گریه بودم خنده شدم. دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم.
دیده سیر است مرا، جان دلیر است مرا، دیده سیر است مرا، جان دلیر است مرا، زهره شیر است مرا، زهره تابنده شدم، مرده بودم زنده شدم، گریه بودم خنده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم. گفت که دیوانه نی جان، لایق این خانه، گفت که دیوانه نی لایق این خانه، رفتم و دیوانه شدم، سلسله بندنده شدم، رفتم و دیوانه شدم، سلسله بندنده شدم، مرده بودم زنده شدم، گریه بودم خنده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم. گفت که با بال و پری من پر و بالت ندارم، من پر و بالت ندارم، گفت که با بال و پری من پر و بالت ندارم، در هوس بال و پرش بی پر و پرکنده شدم، مرده بودم زنده شدم، گریه بودم خنده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم، دولت عشق آمد و من دولت پاینده شدم، دولت پاینده شدم، دولت پاینده شدم.
دانی که چنگود چه تقریر می کنه، پنهان خوری